welcome to America. Welcome to North Carolina. This is Paraclete XP Sky Venture. We're with you for the next 3 days with the 5th FAI World Championships of Indoor Skydiving, giving you all the action from the four-way open, four-way female and VFS. I'm Regan Tetlow, and joining me in the studio, the one and the only Sonic. Good morning, buddy.
Thank you, Regan. I'm incredibly excited to be here for this event, to be joining you, co-hosting. The action is going to be absolutely incredible today. We are here for the fifth FAI Indoor Skydiving Championship. It's technically, I was talking to one of the judges, the first for 8-way. So the first time was 2019 for 8-way in Wimby, which was technically a test event. Yeah. So this is the first real world championship for 8-way. So super exciting to see what's going to be happening today.
Little request for you people watching at home to really get us out there and get as many people watching as possible. We wanted to share the YouTube link, get it all over your social media, and drop chats in as well. We want to hear where you're watching from, any questions, any comments, anything at all. Every little chat, every little heart that you punch into the live chat helps to push us up through the algorithm and just get us watching all around the world. Sonic, wow. 4-way, 8-way, VFS. It's going to be a great few days.
It is. It's, in 4-way, we have the top teams that are usually at the top, from USA to France to Belgium. And there's been some lineup changes through those teams. So it's going to be incredibly exciting to watch.
Yeah, it really is. We had the draw last night and the opening ceremony at the drop zone at Paraclete Skydiving Centre, Rayford as it was known back in the day. Been lots of action and events there over the years with canopy piloting. We had a great, amazing demo from the Golden Knights and a beautiful shot here now of the tunnel floor. As you can see, the teams preparing and getting ready for action. Everybody started to arrive just gone 8 o'clock. We can see the Czech team there just in front of the tunnel as we pan around, and we're going to be starting with the 4-way open with Switzerland, Brazil, United Kingdom and the Netherlands. Sonic, it's going to be great with the first round.
Yes. Also, that's the bell for the teams to enter the chambers. So to talk real quick, also we have the female. The last World Championship was in Macau, China. Yeah. And the home team there, the China Team China, had won that. They're here. They're going to be incredibly exciting to watch. I think I'm going to put up some top numbers here, so it's going to be very exciting. But we're down to a countdown. We're going to be entering the chamber. There they are entering the chamber. And action is going to be starting incredibly soon. Yeah,
let's go down to the tunnel floor and watch now as the teams prepare to bring you the action. Starting off with Team 401 Thailand and then Team 402 Singapore. What is the round one? What have we got, Sonic, going on here?
Round one, we have D417. So D417 is round one. And as we know, these consist of, you could see on the top of the monitor what the formation skydives are. If you're not familiar with 4-way, they consist of blocks and randoms. So first round one, D417.
Just have a quick look at the live chat as we wait for the teams to go in. We've got Paul Prate, Dennis's father with Team Ibusa. Morning, Regan and guys. Carol Milner says, good morning. Lee Nicholson, good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Dino Paolo said, let's go NFTO. Keep your messages coming in, guys. Great to have you there and bringing the chat to us all and keeping the content going. You can see the draw on the top left-hand corner of the screen as we prepare to bring you the action.
Yeah. I tell you, I got chills.
Are they multiplying?
They are.
Are you losing control?
I am.
Yeah.
We're going to have fun. I tell you what, one thing that we're going to have fun today and the next 3 days. Really but, man, the excitement's about to happen.
And here we go. On the floor there, you can see Gary Smith and Mary Lou. Two stalwarts of competitions. Mary Lou doing an incredible job. And I hear the wind speed starting to come.
Yes. Again, Team Thailand, Team 401, going to be stepping into the chamber shortly.
Team 401 FS 4-way open. This year in the World Championships, it is split into 2 locations. We've got the 4-way and 8-way VFS here, and then in a few weeks' time in Shalwa for the artistics and dynamics. But here we go, round one in the airflow.
All right. Comp has kicked off. Here we go.
And just to remind you as well, what we've got in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, we've got one of our judging team giving us an indicative score of what we are getting. He is a qualified judge. It's not the official score, but it's as close as it can be.
Yes, this is just to give you, the spectators at home, an idea of roughly how many points they have, if they have any potential busts. Again, it is not the official score, so we're going to be using that as a barometer as far as what the team scored this round.
Down to the yellow for the final few seconds. You can see the left-hand column, 8 points is what we think. No busts. And, thank you very much, Thailand, getting us underway live. This is it. We're on to the action. Next up, Team 402, Singapore, will be in the air.
This is great that we have all these countries that have traveled from around the world, from Thailand, Singapore, China. This is South America, Brazil. We got teams. All right, here they are entering the chamber, getting ready for their exit into the tunnel. And again, Team Singapore. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. 402 Singapore there. Currently 4 points. Timer ticking down, 35 seconds working. Time down to 20 seconds now. 6 points. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, it's great to have this for us, Sonic, to give us an idea of what's going on and who's doing what. We should be making little notes, shouldn't we now, little books so we can see as well. But the scores, you can check it all out, intimescoring.com. All the links are there on the social media to find out.
Yeah. All right, they're looking clean here. Some smooth flying. And the timer, I heard the buzzer, so potential 15 points for Team Singapore.
Excellent, we are underway. Good friend of the show, Albert Birchold, says good morning, Sonic and Regan. Morning, Albert, good to hear from you as well. Baltic Wings, hello from Latvia. Great to have Latvia. I want to visit Latvia soon, one of these days. Now, team number 3, 403, Switzerland, into the flow.
All right, here they get into the door. And again, once they enter into the chamber, the clock starts for 35 seconds. Here we go. Team Switzerland. And you can see what we call how they engineer the skydive, where they're going from one point to the other. Some teams will do it left, some teams will do it right. Again, it's a preference per team. These guys are moving pretty good, so I'm going to have a solid score here.
Yeah, looking very nice indeed. Good with those. That hop over the back, always a bit of a tricky one in the smaller tunnels, making light work of it. Here it comes. There's the hop.
Looking good and
nice.
Looking like a clean skydive. You can see the red 0, which means they don't have a bust.
Yeah.
So a bust is when they don't do the formation properly. So right now they look like a clean 22 score. That's a great score for
very consistent.
Yeah.
Good timing, nothing rushed, nothing, it's that first round nerves, isn't it, All right, we're going in now. Our friends from Brazil, the nautical team, and Team 404. Here we go, Sonic.
Brazil, yes. I've talked to so many top-level competitors, and they always say round 1, there's nothing like the nerves of round 1. All right, Brazil, about to enter the chamber.
My mood was up and down when I was competing. I couldn't find that middle ground.
All right, smooth entrance. Nice point. Block 4 to block 17. Here we go. These guys again looking smooth. Clean skydive so far.
Yeah. What did we think we got from Switzerland? Was it a 20?
22.
22, right.
22,
so it's something to kind of aim for.
Yep.
Ooh, a bit tight on the top end of that one there.
Yep. Close. Heard the buzzer.
Yeah.
Time's out. So it looks like they have a clean 20, which is good. That's a solid score for Brazil.
Ulysse Likuf says, let's go France. Pauline Terry Hughes, morning from Morecambe, UK. And talking of UK, Team 405 will be next in NFTO, United Kingdom.
Here's your team, huh?
Well, I'm totally impartial, of course. It is the FAI World Championships, but
it is. But we can always root for our home teams. There are friends that we've known a lot of these people for well over 20 years, right?
Yeah. So as you can see, we are bringing the next block in. We have teams of blocks of 4 into the airflow. Big round of applause from the audience and the tunnel as they make their way out, getting this competition underway. Just joined us. It is the 5th FAI World Championships of Indoor Skydiving. Sonic and Regan bringing it to you all day long.
Yeah, this is it. Everybody's getting high fives. They're coming out of the chamber. The next 4 teams coming into the chamber. Again, the UK, Netherlands, Spain, and the Czech Republic's next 4 teams entering the chamber. You can see them there. So in between each 4 teams, we're going to have about a little minute or so break. I don't want to call it a break, but 4 teams coming out, 4 teams going in. They're going to close that door, and then we're going to start to see some action. We see, I see Kelsey Marshall in the audience. Got her back to us. Gary, sitting there watching teams. I hear the wind kicking back up.
Here we go. It's UK. They're round 1. I think 22 might be the indicative score of what we've seen the best so far. Let's see what they can bring us here.
All right. Ready to enter the chamber? Now, this is a very experienced team. NFTO that represents. They traditionally compete in the women's category, but they had Pete Allen. If you've been skydiving any amount of time, you know who Pete Allen is. And he's that 4th member. So because he's on the team, they're competing in open. And they're going really good right now. Looking smooth, looking clean.
Yeah, already up at 18 with 9 seconds left, Sonic.
Yeah. This is going to be one of the top scores right now. Yeah, going to probably have 26 here. Oh, about a 25. In time. So far, the highest score of the round. Looking really good, Team UK.
Pete Allen, he's just incredible. A machine, isn't he? He's all over everything. Canopy piloting, free flying, base jumping, now full way again.
All of it. And he's only been doing it, like maybe 40-something years?
40, 50, 60, 70 years, something like that. Here we go. Pete. Team 406, Netherlands now bring in their action. Great to see this setup in the door. Remember, the first point of contact off the floor is when we start the clock. There it goes.
Right. There we go. D. Block 4. Block 17. Back to D. So, as you can see, it's either going to be a 5 or 6 point round, and they just repeat it as much as they can. And they're looking good. Oh, a little misgrip there. Looking smooth. All right. Yeah, these guys are looking real good here. Probably going to get like a 23 if they get that last point in time. Oh, they missed that last point in time. 22 for the Netherlands.
Good job, guys. Remember, intimescoring.com is where you're going to find all the results as the judges downstairs work their way through the content that's being produced for them right now. But now, buenos dias, todos. Es España aquí. Spanish team, Papaya, about to bring their round 1 into the airflow. Everybody's looking very calm at the moment, Sonic. No real excitement. That round 1 nerves, it's not really showing.
Not right now. All right, into the chamber. Clock starts. 35 seconds. Here they go. I've been talking to a lot of these teams. They've been competing together for a couple years. These guys are looking pretty good. All right, block 17. Back to the top. Ooh. So again, we got to watch this judging that we have down in the bottom right corner, which is just, again, an unofficial score. We're going to see the official scores at the in-time scoring page. This is to give you an idea at home at roughly what each team is scoring. Wow. 27 from Spain. Excellent score so far. Highest of the round so far.
Looking good, guys. On fire. It's great to see now as we start moving down through the pack how these scores are going to change. There's their time up making their way out. Top left-hand corner of the screen is the draw for round 1. And during the flight, bottom right, Zelko, our one of the judging panel, up here with us in the studio, doing live judging for us just for the show only. But here we go. Czech Republic.
Yeah. Now, each country, pretty much at this point in time, has their own wind tunnels. In almost in all of Europe, there's a tunnel in almost every country. So you can see these guys are highly trained. I know there's maybe 1 or 2 tunnels in the Czech. These guys are moving pretty fast. Solid 4 to the 17. Looking good. Clean round so far. 17 to the top D. Yeah. These guys are looking real fast.
Wow, look at this.
All right, 28 for Czech Republic.
Good stuff already. We're here in North Carolina. I remember when this was one of the, outstanding tunnels. It was. I remember it being brand new. Doesn't seem like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's the largest indoor wind tunnel in the United States. It's what we call a 16-foot tunnel. Most are traditionally 14.
Yeah.
But this one's a 16-foot, so that's why we're able to hold the 8-way, which you'll see when eventually when 8-way gets in there, the tunnel gets pretty tight with 8 people in there. It looks pretty good for 4-way, but 8-way gets a little bit tighter. All right, so the next 4 teams we're going to have, and just to let you guys know, the order of the competitors is from the last world meet. So we're going from teams that were at the bottom to teams at the top. So the last team will be going is USA because they were last world championship winners. So we're going to see these scores increase, get higher and higher as these teams move into the chamber.
Yeah, it's good to have all the teams now making their way through. Let's grab a quick word as it go past. All good so far?
Good so far, but still a bit shaky.
As from the Netherlands and Spain, let's see. What is this? All good round 1?
No, could be better, but it's no what.
Thanks very much, bro. Anyway, we are moving through. We'll try and grab a little comment as they're passing.
Yeah. I'm going to, we'll...
Once we get cooking into it and we get a bit more of a system going, you're going to be going out there as well with a remote camera, getting a bit of a chat with the teams as they pass out.
Definitely, as they come out of the chamber, I'm going to be grand. But I'm thinking round 1, I'm just going to let them get their jitters out of the way, not talk to anybody, just get into the flow of things. And
absolutely.
Probably after round 2, I'll be grabbing some competitors after their round. All right, I hear the wind turning back up.
It's going to be Team Italy, Sweden, Qatar, and Belgium. Italy now in the door. Here we go, ready for round 1.
All right, into the chamber. D, 4, 17. Guys are looking good. I got to know one of these competitors, Mario Fataruso, when I met him at the Canopy Piloting World Championship. So a lot of these skydivers are multi-talented in many different disciplines. But Italy looking solid here. Clean round so far.
Yeah, Mario from a big parachuting family going back generations. His brother Armando as well, incredible kind of piloting, working down at Skydive Spain.
28, did they get? No. So 27. So same score as Spain, so the highest of the round so far. 27 for Italy.
Next up is going to be Sweden. Great friends of the show, Team Echo Chamber. They've been really putting a lot of effort in over the years with many different events and, of course, the win games as well. But their first round of this 10-round championships with 35 seconds working time each round. Here we go. It's Team Sweden.
All right, into the chamber. Clock starts. They didn't enter into the center of the tunnel. They were a little tight on that glass in that first points. Looking good now. Oh, maybe a little something there. We got our local judge here. Didn't see anything, so hopefully it's going to be a clean score there. All right, block 4 to block 17. A little hop over there. Again, a lot of teams engineer these a little bit different. Sometimes they'll do a vertical move. Sometimes they'll do what we call a cog, like things cogging, opposed to a vertical move. And 24 for Sweden.
And a lot of the teams, when they're first learning the blocks, they will cog them anyway. It doesn't take them much longer than doing a vertical, especially when they're learning. Right now, team that we've been keeping an eye on for many years with some changes in the lineup. But what we've got now from Qatar, interesting to see what we've got.
Yeah, the Qataris, they have a big FS team, 4-way, 8-way. They've definitely been at the top of the podium for both events. I think the Qataris took 3rd at the last Outdoor World Championship in 22. And definitely the 8-way team is on the podium. But 4-way right now, these guys are looking solid.
Yeah, they've been in the top 5 consistently for quite a while.
Yeah.
Different speed we're seeing now, Sonic.
Yep. It's amazing, as Regan said, when sometimes there's a lineup change. It isn't like you can stay at the level that the team was at. Man, you take a step back because you got to re-get that team feel. But 25, again, a solid score for Qatar.
Thank you very much, guys. Qatar there, Belgium and France and USA still to come here in this round 1 of the Open. And this is going to be a really interesting competition to see what's going on with these top 4 teams. But Belgium now, Hayabusa, leading the pack for 15 years, now rebuilding. What have they got?
Yeah, here we go. And we're going to see some real good action right here, gang. Move fast right there. You can immediately see the speed and precision of these top teams.
All good stuff. End of those 17s. No time wasted at all.
No.
Here we go. Bam. Into it.
You know, we have Dennis and Bob, who have been on the team for the last 12 years. And then we have Ray and Neil, the newer members of the team that have been on the team 2-3 years about now.
I think, does Dennis have the record for the longest member of a consistent four-way team?
That's a possibility. Yeah. They got a 30. First team in the 30s.
Well, congratulations.
Real fast.
Well
real
done,
fast.
Down in South Africa, Bailey Edmonds says, Regan, great to hear you. Hope you're doing great. Thank you, Bailey. And M. Gaji says, go Belgium, 29, looking like an indicative score there on the screen. Still to answer what we've just seen, France and USA, as we just wind down the tunnel and change it out for our final two teams.
Yes, France and USA. So, as we know through the years, as Regan has already said, team lineups change. And Belgium had ruled four-way FS for so many years, then a lineup change, and the USA has ruled for the last 4 years. But this French team, they've been together for, I think, about 4 or 5 years now. They've been on the world stage together for a couple of world championships, and they were here in the U.S. for the U.S. Nationals, and they wanted to come here because they'd never flown in this tunnel. So they wanted to have some competition experience. They wanted to fly in this tunnel, and let me tell you, at the U.S. Nationals, France looked incredible. I honestly think they're going to be the team to beat. They are just incredibly fast, and you're going to be seeing some of that action real quick as airspeed from USA and France enter the chamber.
Yeah, those top three places, of course. Gold, silver, bronze, all to be decided over the next 3 days. And I was just saying to Sonic yesterday about this. One thing I love about these events is you start off with it's like a painting. It's an open canvas. There's no story there at all. And then as we go through, things start to develop up and down the table. You see little battles, little fires catching fire for the 8th place, 9th place, 5th and 6th. It's brilliant how it all comes together.
Absolutely. And today, just you guys, we're only doing 4 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, and the last 2 on Saturday. All right, so the Aethers, right? VR France.
Here we go, guys. Get ready for a masterclass.
Oh, yeah, absolutely masterclass. All right, in the door. Shake, shake, into the chamber. Here we go. All right, 4, 17, D. Man, these guys are cooking.
How does the pace look compared to what we just saw from Belgium to you? It looks very similar to me.
It looks very similar. Absolutely. I know a lot of teams, they just want to have a solid round one to start the day off on a good foot, as we would say. These guys are looking good. And you could also tell from what we call the first page is slower than as they get into the skydive, the page is faster and faster. Yeah. Here we're going to have a 30-something here. And we knew it, 32. An incredible score from France.
All right. Good job, France. Thanks for bringing it. It's looking like predicted score of 31. Maybe a bust in there, we think. Possible.
I thought I saw one in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great shot here as well from our great production team. Charles joined us from South Africa, doing an incredible job. One-man operation. Here we go. USA, airspeed, round 1.
All right. Here we go. Into the door. You can see them count, shake, 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 and into the chamber. Here we go, Team USA.
Little fumble there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the current airspeed lineup is Joey, Christopher, Doug, and Allie. But Allison is from Brazil, and he hasn't got his citizenship yet. So they had to pull in an old airspeed member, Niklas Hemlin, who's been part of the team for almost 14 years. And these guys are looking like they're having a solid round, working it out. Hopefully maybe get that 30. Nope. 29 looks like in time.
Good to have them, guys. I can't wait to see what Ali's going to bring. I'm looking forward to the next few years and see, this fight. Belgium, France, America, USA, all these 3 teams, in Qatar as well in the mix. But these next few years, it's going to be an exciting time, Sonic.
Yes.
All right, we've got the female category coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the female. First up, Team 421, Singapore.
All right, the Singapore female team. All right. I know they have a big tunnel. I think they have a 16-foot tunnel in Singapore. These guys looking good. All right. Some solid formations here. You can see how a lot of these teams are wearing like black suits with the white gloves.
Yeah.
The white gloves are helping actually the judges for grip. If they have the grips or not, it allows them to see those grips. All right, and 17 for Singapore. Solid score for the female Singapore team.
Yeah. There's somebody on the live chat called Donna saying hello. I don't know who that is. Hi, Donna.
My better half for sure. I love you, baby.
These Chinese female team now, what are they going to bring?
Oh
We
my
saw them in
God.
Macau. Wow.
Oh, my God. I am so excited right now.
Here we go.
There were nothing but smiles and giggling yesterday. These girls are going to be something to watch.
They make the tunnel look so big.
They do. Man, they're moving fast. Ooh, little bobble on a grip. Here we go. 17. D4.
Interesting technique, Sonic. It's very, almost like the old French style from 20 years ago. Very kind of
Just fast.
fast but scrappy with their arms. But it's working for them.
It works for them, absolutely. Look at this, putting up a potential 29.
They don't want to
almost a
stop.
30 in
They don't
time.
want to stop, Sonic.
Oh, potential bust down to 28, but man, they are moving so fast. What an incredible team.
Interesting technique we're seeing there. A lot of movement going on. Yeah. Okay, we've got Switzerland. They're going to be next. Our Swiss girls. Yeah. Let us know what you think. Any issues with the production that you can see or hear. We always like to get your feedback as well. If the vision's good and the sound's good, let us know. Donna says, good morning, love you too. I think she's talking to you, Sonic. Virgin Fly, say go. All right. Well, any comment you put in there is great. Even a love heart, thumbs up, anything you put in the chat just opens the locks and the keys of YouTube and allows us to get a little bit more visual and footage out there and see who's out there and what's going on. Sonic's going to have a little chat with some of the teams while we've got a little break.
With a member from Team France, their first round had a 32, the highest of the round so far. You guys, how you feeling?
Could have been better, but the first one is done. It's a lot of stress, the first round. So we managed to go through it and could have been better. A little bit mess and stress.
All top-level competitors always talk about that first round one jitters.
Yeah, really, really tough because we have all the pressure on. We train all the season for this type of competition, so really stressed.
All right, good luck. All right, get back to the action, Regan.
Here we go now. The Switzerland female team in the door. Great top shot here as they get ready to bring their 35 seconds. Here we go. Just a little fumble on that first point there, but we're going into the 17. Here's the hop over the top. And back to the D, Yuan.
All right.
Interesting first round nerves being talked about there by France, Sonic.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what level you are. I mean, Olympic people, professional athletes, they get to the big show. You're going to have some nerves. Absolutely. But as they say, they shake it off on round one, and then they get into the competition.
And Pete Allen has been coaching this Swiss team. They've always got a cowbell somewhere as well, being shaken in the out. I'm sure as we're getting through the rounds, we might hear that going off a little bit. If you just joined us, a very good morning and welcome here to North Carolina and Paraclete XP with the 5th FAI World Indoor Skydiving Championship. Switzerland we've just seen. Now we're going on to the USA females, Sonic.
Yeah. Very familiar with this team. Michelle, Bren, Anna, and Laura. Into the door, shake, 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 into the chamber. 35 seconds, here we go. Looking solid so far. Good first page. Coming to the second page here. Yep. Definitely fine, clean. And again, as the skydive goes on, you can see that the pace picks up a little bit more. Nice Bren there. To 4. To block 17. They can finish off the 24. Maybe a 25. Looks like a score of a 25 busted down to potential 2 bust potential. Again, these are not official scores, but potentially a 23 for Team USA.
Thank you very much. Becky says, good morning, Regan. Disgruntled Seagulls are watching from an Airbnb, cheering on Netherlands and UK. See you in the tunnel this afternoon. Certainly will. French female in the door, round 1.
All right, lining up in the door. Shake, shake, shake. Into the chamber. 35 seconds. Here we go. 4, 17. Looking good. Second page. You can see that they're picking up the pace.
Yep.
Very clean skydive so far. Some snappy turns. These girls are looking sharp. Yeah, and it does make a difference. The size of the competitors. Obviously, the smaller, you have a little bit more room. Looking like potential 29. Did they get that last point in time? Not really sure. But right now, it looks like it was scored a 28 for Team France.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first round is through and done here at Paraclete XP Sky Venture, round 1 of the championships. Sonic, what's your first impressions?
Good. You know, it's, I think just teams like we've been saying and repeating, round 1 is always that, just get it, like, you know, I talk to some of these players, like, I just want to get it over with. Yeah. So they get that round 1, and the nerves are gone. I'm sure as we see round 2, 3, and 4 later today that we're going to see some fast action happening.
Stay with us, everybody. Make sure to share it all out. Get it all over your screens as the applause go for the Swiss girls as they make their way out. But we're going to take a little break from the live action here in the studio, and we'll be back with round 2 of the FAI World Championships in about 30 minutes' time. Sonic and me, we'll see you then.
Tune in.
life will bring. And you got a hold of my heart. Hey, I'll fly where the skies are blue. I'll try to find all that's true. And you know just where to start. Well, I found something I was searching for. Yeah, I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door. And I found something, and now I want more. Time will be on our side. We'll climb, yeah, climb to a soaring high. And you can take my hand. Well, I found something I was searching for. I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door. And I found something, and now I want more. Ooh, yeah, I want more. And I want more. 'Cause I want more, yeah. I found something I was searching
That's it. This is how we do it.
back, everybody, to the studio here at Paraclete Skyventure XP, and it's the first day of the 5th FAI World Indoor Skydiving Championships. We had round 1 already. Sonic, already some stories starting to develop.
Absolutely, absolutely. So if we look at the Open, we have France, who we expected to be at the top of the leaderboard with a score of 32. Behind them is Hayabusa from Belgium with 29. And a little bit of a surprise for me, at least, the Czech Republic team, the Skywalker Juniors, currently in 3rd place with 28, and Team USA behind them in 4th place. So already we can see that there's definitely going to be a battle, 2, 3, 4 spots, that anybody can take the lead because anything can happen.
Yeah, there you go. There's those scores on the screen now. You can see those top places. You can see where everybody's tied off in different areas. Can we see the four-way female scores on the screen? Let's just swatch that over for you and get them up as well. Some great stories happening there as well in the female category as we get ready for round 2. That's going to be starting for you in the next few minutes time. But Sonic, wow, round 1 adventure, and here we go, round 1 with a female. There we go.
Yeah, so like we expected, the current world champions, the Team China female team, with a score of 28, and France, the female French team, also with a 28. So that's going to be a great little battle to watch as these next few days play out, with Team USA in 3rd place. So that looks like the top of the leaderboard right now for the female teams.
So if you just joined us, very good morning. It's great to have you along. Great comments coming through as well on the live chat. Keep those comments coming through. Now, here's 3 things you can do for me. First, you can put a comment in the live chat, or just a heart or a like or a thumbs up. Second, you can share the content out on your social media so all your friends can see it as well. Third, if you want to be extra kind to me and Sonic and to the show, you can write a comment on your social media saying follow this link and watch the action. The wind speed comes. Round 2 is almost with us. What have we got for round 2, Sonic? What's the draw?
All right, so for round 2, it's going to be C. Oh, I apologize.
That's all right, buddy. We've got
C2210 is the next round. C2210.
All right. All right.
Looks like it's going to be exciting. We definitely have the competitors. They're entering the chamber. Soon the doors are going to close, and we're going to hear the tunnel get turned on. So round 2 coming up in a couple of seconds.
We'll be starting off with Thailand, and then Singapore, and then Switzerland, and Brazil as we take us through. So you've seen the format of the day. We've got the round, then a little break, but down to the action. Here we go. Round 2 is about to start.
All right. Into the chamber, Thailand, round 2. All right, they're in. Slowly moving about. Block 22 to block 10. Little confusion happening. Which grip to take? Oh, there you go. Up. This is what we call in skydiving a little bit of what we call a brain lock. Which point's next? Where were we? They seem to have a little bit of trouble, Thailand. But they're moving along. Finishing up this round. Looks like they're possibly going to maybe have a 9, busted down 2 points to 7. So this is, again, the unofficial scores. If you look at the bottom right, these are the unofficial scores.
Yeah. So let's keep our eye on Thailand. They're down there in the bottom of the pack, so they've got their own little game against themselves. Started off with an 8 points on round 1. So let's see what they can do and how they can go against the average as they go through. But now Singapore currently in 13th place with 16 points on round 1.
All right, here we go. Into the chamber. Clock starts. Team Singapore. And again, you can see how they all perform these blocks differently. Again, we call this engineering. Which way should we move this block? Which way should we move this turn? And yep, a little bit different, it seemed, than Thailand. Oh, a little incidental grip. Could have been a bust. Looking around, 5 seconds left. Here we go. Looks like they're going to potentially get a 13. They're not going to finish that block. Yep, so right now, Singapore with a 13 for round 2.
So good to see these teams from the Far East in competition. Thailand, Singapore, China are all bringing it here for the action as we're going to round 2. Switzerland will be the next team in. They brought us a 22 on round 1. Currently tied off with Netherlands also on 22, Sonic.
All right, Team Swiss. Lining up. Shake, shake, shake. Here we go. Round 2. Oh, looked like a grip. They ended up holding it, so they didn't get a bust. Looking good. Solid techniques. Looks like they're definitely being cautious with their moves.
Yeah.
Taking their time for the grips. Looking to want to speed it up there a little bit. All right. Are they going to get that 15 in time? They do. Maybe 16. Potentially 16 busted down to a 15 for Switzerland, round 2.
Thanks, Switzerland. Brazil will be in next. After round 1, 12th place with a 20 points. 2 points behind the Netherlands. So they've got a little bit of work to do now with that little fight between Switzerland, Netherlands, and Brazil. But Brazil, the nautical team, bringing it in round 2. Here we go.
All right. Team Brazil in the door, ready to enter the chamber.
Bom dia.
Yeah, it looks like most teams are doing the traditional engineering of these blocks. Some blocks are pretty much straight up. There's really only way to do it. Again, some others, they can definitely take shortcuts, as we like to say, where they engineer it a little bit differently, thinking that going from one point to the next can be a little bit faster. You got to realize if they can do a point a quarter second faster than a different way engineering, that adds some seconds, and they can get some more points.
Yeah, it can make a big difference, especially as we start going through the rounds.
All right, 16 for Brazil, round 2.
And just to remind you, what you're seeing on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, Zelko, our coaching team, is here with us in the studio. So we're giving you an indicative score of what's going on there on the bottom right. Next up, we will be bringing our next block into. So that's the first block of round 1 are out through the door. I've got a bit of a moment to get into the live chat here. Donna says you guys look like twins.
I think you're way better looking than I am.
Well, she could be. She might be saying that I look right handsome because she's with you anyway. So that's a good thing. Thanks very much. We've got David Growls. Good old David. Let's go for all teams.
Legend.
Have fun today. Greetings from Belgium. Dino Powell says hi. Dan Williams says let's go NFTO. AJ says the French and Chinese women are looking fast. USA might have to impose some tariffs.
Not funny.
If you just joined us, very good morning. Keep those comments coming through. It helps us to know who you are and where you're watching from. In fact, do us a favor, just type into the comments, into the live chat, where you're watching from. It's great to know whereabouts in the world you are right now. So we're into round 2, Sonic. We're seeing, at the moment with round 1, let's have a look. We've got this top pack with ranging for 5th places with 26 points up to 32. France well out in the lead there. Then the middle of the pack, we've got quite a few teams on 26, 3 teams on 26. And then we've got 24s and 23s and 22s. So it's kind of 3 blocks in there at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We all know that standings are going to change as the competition goes on. But next into the chamber, we have the UK, Netherlands, Spain, and the Czech. And I hear the tunnel. And it looks like the UK lining up in the door for round 2.
They're about halfway down the pack after round 1 with 24 points, 1 point above Sweden, 2 points behind Spain.
All right, into the chamber, round 2 for the UK. Starting off pretty quick. 22 to 10 to the random C. Yeah, these guys are picked up the pace a little bit. You definitely see they're moving a little bit faster. That's a 10. Block 10 is a big move.
Yeah.
Are they going to finish here with a 22 potentially? Yeah, looks like, did they get that? Nope. Looks like a 22 for the UK in round 2.
So on round 1, 2 points above them, there's 3 teams. So if they can catch into that, suddenly they're in the top 5. So it's all to play for now for them.
Absolutely.
So thanks very much, UK. We are moving to our next team. Then the Netherlands now currently tied off on 10th place with Switzerland, both on 22 points after the first round. I know the rest of the Netherlands contingent are watching, and it's the home of the Outdoor World Championships 2025 this summer. Here we go, Netherlands.
All right, here they go. Into the chamber. Clock starts. 35-second countdown. Clean 22 to their 10. These guys are having a solid round right here. Very clean skydive so far. Around to 22, big block, big moves. To block 10. Definitely moving well. Moving clean, no bust so far. Look like they're going to fish with an 18. Did they get that last grip in time? No, they didn't. So it looks like an 18 for the Netherlands, round 2.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. Do appreciate all your effort there. Spain are going to be next. They're tied off in 5th place with 3 teams. Spain, Italy and Qatar all bringing 26 points on round 1. So big changes afoot from round 2 to see what Qatar and Italy and Spain can do. We're already got exciting action. Big stories starting to develop here halfway through round 2 of the championship. Sonic, here we go. España.
Yeah, these guys are great. All right. They're going to moving fast out the door.
Yeah.
These guys are motivated.
Make sure they're not taking too much energy into the end of those blocks, but really settling down into it now.
Yeah, these dives that have multiple blocks in them, they're not very high-scoring rounds traditionally. I think the teams with more technical ability, a little bit of bane lock there, tend to get through the blocks a little bit better. But these guys were looking smooth, had a little bit of a glitch, as we would also call it, but a 21 for Spain in round 2. Oh, busted down to a 20 potentially. Again, unofficial score. You'll see the official scores at the in-time scoring scoreboard.
Right, well, next up, surprised us, blew it all out of the water in round 1. The Czech Republic came strong with 28 points behind Belgium's 29 and France's 32. But here we are, currently in 3rd place, 28 points in round 1, Czech Republic.
Yeah, I just talked to these guys on a break quickly. These guys are part of a junior league. A lot of European countries have junior leagues where these guys are kids into the tunnel.
Yeah.
Man, these guys are moving fast. This team particularly has been together for over 2 years. They were on 2 guys were on one team, 2 guys were on the other. Now they've joined forces as the current Czech team, and these guys are moving fast.
On fire.
Young kids, man. These guys are great. Looking clean so far. Looking probably going to have the highest score of the round so far with the 24 maybe. Yeah, with the 24 for the Czech Republic round 2.
It's looking pretty clean as well. Czech with a 23. It looks like they might have got a bust there on our in-studio judging. So 23, it looks like the target for them from the Czechs. Italy will be coming to us after the reset of the teams in there. So, wow. Interesting stuff, Sonic. From
Absolutely.
Round, already it's getting interesting.
Yeah, Czech staying at the top of the leaderboard with that score of a 24. And like Regan was just saying, the judging that you're seeing in the bottom right corner, this corner of the screen is allowing you, the viewers at home, to have an idea. Sometimes we've watched these competitions, we don't know if they really scored. We got to wait for the scoring to get through the judges, and 10 minutes later we see a score. But right now, with this live scoring that's unofficial, we're having an idea of how well these teams are performing.
Teams making their way through there now. Back to the live chat. Yanis Juliet says, Lecker. Lee Nicholson says, goal, guys. Ciao. Cosmo Magno says, goal, Brazil. I'm sure I've just assassinated your name there. I do apologise if it's completely wrong. Consolmango. Ciao, Consolmango says, goal, Brazil. Great little audience watching right now. Just shot 200 people. Get it shared out, guys. Give us some love. Hit share on your YouTube, get it out to your social media. Let's get a few more hundred watching. We can do it together. We can do it.
I wonder how many viewers we have right now, Charles. Do you know how many viewers we have?
167 right now.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I love it, from around the world, I'm sure. All right, next in the chamber we have Italy, Sweden, Qatar, and Belgium.
So Italy tied off with Qatar and Spain after round 1 with 26 points. We just saw Spain come through with a 20. So let's keep an eye on Italy, see if they can beat that 20. Here we go.
Into the chamber, a little bit slower into the chamber than some teams. Slowly picking up the speed. Again, what we call the first page is the first set of formations. They're getting it through. Then as they continue, they tend to pick up speed to end up going a little bit faster. All right. Italy looking like they're having a solid jump.
All right, so
little bobble there.
oh,
You know, when they're bumping into each other, that's going to slow the jump down. So a 19 for Italy in round 2.
interesting. They were tied off with Qatar and Spain with that first round, and Spain brought us what we think is a 20 on round 2 there, Sonic. So at 19, again, the story starts to develop. Next up, Sweden are going to bring their action into the table. 9th place after round 1 with a 23 points. 1 above Switzerland, 1 below UK. Here we go.
All right. Into the chamber. Solid through. Yep. See, 22. Man, that 22, it's a big move. You see some of these competitors bouncing into the glass. It's unusual, these different tunnels. This 16-foot tunnel, granted they have more room. Sometimes having more room makes it even tougher. When you're in the smaller tunnels, you keep the formation tighter, which actually sometimes helps. So you can see some of these guys bouncing into the glass, having a little hard time getting those turns finished. But Switzerland with looks like a 19 for round 2. Sweden.
And sometimes when you're in the sky and you're learning it, you end up half a mile apart.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
And that's why we traditionally see higher averages for indoor compared to skydiving.
Yeah.
That, and also in skydiving, the exit from the plane is much slower. These guys are hitting the air at the full speed.
Here we go. Qatar now tied off with 26 points after round 1. Can they break through this little group they're in right now? Here we are.
All right, solid. Here we go. Again, Qatar, one of the top teams in the world, have been competing at this level for many years, both 4-way and 8-way. Looking solid through this round. Clean so far. Quick 10 there. 22 again.
Nice.
Big move.
Yeah.
Great technique.
Keeping it small.
There you go. Finishing with the 23. If they get this last one in time, no, they didn't get it last in time. So 22 for Qatar, round 2.
Down to 21, it looks like. Oh, maybe a 20, actually, Sonic. Might have had 2 penalties in there.
Huh?
Well, it's interesting to see how it'll come through when we get the actual result on. Belgium will be next. They brought us a 29 on round 1.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 points behind the Czechs. 3 points behind the French and 1 above the Czechs. Belgium, here we go.
Team Hayabusa representing Belgium. Again, a team that's been on the top leaderboard for 15 years almost, I would want to say. Looking real clean, real fast. Dennis and Bob, the super experienced guys of the team. Ray and Neil. Again, they've been on the team 2 or 3 years up, moving fast. They know they got to catch up to that French team. Ooh, little bobble there. This is what happens when you're trying to move too fast. Your technique goes out the door a little bit, and this is where they got to try to keep it a little bit cleaner.
And the crowd as well. There's a big ooh from the crowd in
Absolutely. 24, though. That's a solid score. The highest of the round so far.
Yeah.
24 for Belgium. Potentially busted down to a 23. So this is where we'll eventually need to see the official scores from the judges.
Well, thank you very much, Belgium, making their way out. Well, just getting the booty off there. I thought you had a little bit of a foot problem. Just bringing the booty down. The wind speed drops as we swap out the action for the next block of teams into the chamber. Sonic's making his way over to the interview wall to grab a quick word with some of the teams, as we still have France and USA from this open category to bring their round 2s and to see how we start to develop the story for you here. Brilliant live action this morning, and we're going to go down to Sonic with Team Hayabusa from Belgium.
All right, so I'm live here with Dennis from Team Belgium, Hayabusa. Round 2, talk to us. You look like you had a little burble there into the glass. Talk to us.
Yeah, exactly. So this round 2 gives us a little bit of options for engineering, and we took a very non-standard engineering, but that wasn't the problem. We had one finish of the block 22, a little bit off level, a little bit on top of me, so had to figure that out, but we did our best.
8 more rounds to go, man. Great job. Keep it up, Al.
Thank you very much, Sonic. Great to get these instant reactions from the teams as they make their way in and out of the tunnel. And that's how it is now with the multimedia way these events are getting the teams more used to the side of the content and getting the instant reaction. So we thank you all very much for that indeed. As we switch it out and bring our next two teams, France, here we go. Ready for the action, Sonic?
Yes, top of the leaderboard, France. All right, into the chamber. Clean. Yeah. In between from one point to the other, you can see how quick their movements are. Their turns are crisp, fast. Looking real good here. Wow. Man, those 10s are fabulous. And here. Yep. Looking good to see. 22 big move. Looking clean. Yeah, they're going to have a 25 here, I think. Are they going to get that in time? Didn't get that in time. It doesn't look like officially, but 24 for round 2, France. Staying at the top of the leaderboard.
Interesting stuff, Sonic. Interesting. Just out the corner of my eye, as I was watching the screen, I just got a sight in the corner of my eye into the airflow. And the speed, when you see it live in front of your face, I mean, it looks fast on the screen, but when you see it actually up close to the glass, because in normal skydiving, you never see it. But here we go, USA.
Yeah. No, yeah, you can see people around the chamber up tight. All right, a little tight against the glass. Looking good. Again, sometimes when they enter the chamber, they're not in the center. They end up getting a little stuck up against the glass, which seems to be happening a little bit, which might prohibit some movement. But they're looking like they're picking up the speed. Looking good through here. All right. Definitely going to be in the 20s. They're going to get that 23 in time. They do. They got 24 in time. Yes, USA looking good for round 2 as one of the top scores for round 2, Team USA.
Keep it on going there, guys. I want to do a little bit more. Good stuff. Well done. 24 USA. That's round 2 of the open category through. We're going to move into the female category. Our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. Singapore, China, Switzerland, USA, and France. And we start with Singapore female into the airflow.
Here they go. All right. A little pause from the entrance. Moving around. Yep, like Regan said, you can, even from this view, see the spectators around the tunnel.
Yeah.
Unlike skydiving, where obviously no one's right there, in this tunnel environment, you have people with their faces against the glass, so sometimes it's a little distracting.
Yeah.
But these guys, Singapore female, little bump into each other, trying to get more points for this last round. Will they get that last one in time? Will they get the 13? Looks like they might have had that 13 in time, but as of right now, 12 busted down to 11 for round 2.
They were in 4th place after round 1 with 17 points above Switzerland on 16. And then your top 3, USA 24, France 28, China 28. So tied off at the top for that 1st place. But next in, we get to see what China can bring us on this round 2.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Their pace on that round 1 and the movement of the body. Let's see what they've got here.
I am so excited. Let's watch round 2 here. Team China. Boom. Wow. Fast.
Tight on that block.
Really clear, clean technique. Got that grip. Yeah, these ladies are moving fast. Man, they're having a great block. All right. You can see, like I was saying, size sometimes helps. They're not bumping into the glass. They're not getting slowed down by it. They're moving as fast as they can. They're going to get a 24 in time or 23 in time. Yes, looks like potentially 23 for them. Even now they're out of time. It looks like they're trying to go faster.
Yeah. Well, they brought us 28 on round 1, and so did France. So it's all to play for that 1st place after the 1st round. But the 2nd round, they've put their line in the sand with a 23. Switzerland are going to come next. They had 16 on round 1. They're a team that will be with us once we swap out the chamber and bring the next group. Just 4 at a time. It's one of those tunnels where you've got to have the airlock. You can't have the door open all the time for people coming in and out.
Yeah, like for those of you that don't know, there's definitely about 3 or 4 wind tunnel manufacturers. They all have their own design.
Yeah.
Some chambers in Europe, competitors can just walk in and out because the tunnel's pressurized.
Yeah.
They don't need to shut it down, open doors. Paraclete XP definitely is one of the original tunnels here, so it is a little bit of the older design. You can see Team USA coming out here.
Good friend of the show, DJ Marvin, says, thanks Sonic and Regan for the great commentary. Rebecca Bujado looks great. Runjan Quinn says, go, 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 China. Marcel Martin, cool. Doug Sprinter, go USA. Prasim Kumar Prahan, all the best from Canada 8. And Thomas Pigneur says, go France. Great to get your comments coming through. Keep them coming, guys. We'd love to hear from you. We really do.
Absolutely.
So we're going to swap it out now. We're going to bring Switzerland, USA, and France into the chamber to see what we get to bring you. China, 23 points. I can't wait to see how USA and France are going to answer that.
Yeah, the French women team looks super solid. Again, they got a 28. They tied China in that last round. So these last 3 teams are going to be exciting to see what they bring. All right, Switzerland.
Here we go.
Into the chamber. Clock starts. Also, I was talking to a lot of the teams, and these first 4 rounds also have a lot of what they call slot switchers, where they call slot A and slot B, where you'll switch from slot A to slot B. Some of them were really happy because day 1 are all the slot switchers, which take a little bit more brain work when you're going from your slot A to your slot B, which just adds a little more brain to the jump. And these girls looking good with a 17. Yep, 17 for Switzerland, round 2.
Thank you very much for the Swiss, and thanks for the chocolate. They brought some chocolate as well for the judges, which I managed to snaffled a bit of that. Very nice. Okay,
I didn't see any chocolate.
I'll bring it.
Okay.
I know where it is, unless it's all gone.
You ate it all on me, what?
Well, I did, that first block, yeah, but there's another one somewhere. Next up, USA female, 23 is a target set by China. Here we go, Sonic.
Yeah. All right, Team USA. Into the chamber, here we go. Let's see their block 22. Solid block 22 into 10. Moving quick. Want to pick up some points. Being 3 or 4 points behind the top 2 teams. A little bump there. Picking it up. Continue to go fast. Yeah, that block 10, man. To get that last bottom piece to spin, it's one of the tougher moves. Looking like they're going to have like a 19 if they get this last one in time. Did they get it in time? Yep. So potentially a 19, a 20 busted down to a 19.
All right.
Solid round for Team USA.
It's a strange one, isn't it? The French girls, they scored the same as China on round 1 with 28. China brought us 23. So French girls now, to keep level with the Chinese, they need to bring that 23. Again, remember, we must keep telling you the scores we're mentioning are all indicative of what we're seeing scored here in the studio. These are not official as yet.
All right, Team France tied with China after the first round. Let's see how they do round 2. Starting off a little slow out of the door into that first block.
Target of 23, Sonic. There's a lot to pick up. Need to go.
Yeah. Again, you'll see as the dive progresses and they've got the moves down a little better, they start to move a little bit faster. Yeah, there you go, spinning block 10, really whipping that bottom piece around. We're going to watch that right here. Shoo. Little sound effects there for you. Can they tie the Chinese team with 23? Are they going to get that in time?
Come on, have they got it?
Ooh. Oh, 22. Again, unofficial score at the bottom.
Yeah.
But a solid 22 for Team France.
Incredible stuff, whizzing through. That's the end of round 2 here in the action, the 5th FAI World Indoor Skydiving Championships. But we're going to be back with round 3 of the action. Have you got anybody to speak to right now?
Yeah, I want to talk to a member from Team USA.
Let's see if we can get those for you. Give us a second. I'm going to see if we can grab that team as we get ready to reset everything and bring the next group to you for round 3. But let's just catch up, if we can, with Team USA and get their initial result and initial thoughts from round 2 down at the interview hall with Sonic.
All right, we're live on the air with Michelle Caramon from Team USA. Michelle, round 2, how did you feel on round 2?
I felt awesome. Those are both 2 good blocks for us, and Brian is a killer tail, so we were super excited about it, and I think we crushed it.
Definitely on that block 10, that tail whip, that spread you're talking about there?
Yep, that's our specialty.
That's awesome. Good luck on round 3.
Thank you.
Come back to you live shortly.
Thank you very much, Sonic. We'll be back in about 30 minutes' time with round 3 and all the action. We'll see you then.
Yeah. searching for. I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door, and I found something, and now I want more. Ooh, yeah, I want more, and I want more, 'cause I want more, yeah. I found something I was searching
Welcome back, everybody. Day one of the 5th FAI World Indoor Skydiving Championships here in North Carolina at Paraclete, and we are going into round 3. All the teams have been downstairs preparing. I think we can show you a little bit of footage of them in the tent getting ready. But Sonic, how are we doing?
We're doing great. Super exciting action here. Oh, there we go. Inside the tent, outside in front of Paraclete XP, where they're creeping and going over their dives.
Yeah, it's good to see you, show you as well what's actually going on outside of the tunnels. A big area, the preparations are going on. Let's have a shout out to our sponsors as well, Sonic.
Absolutely. Let's first thank Pat Thomas and SunPath Products, makers of the Javelin Odyssey Choice of Champions, and also Cookie Helmets, flycookie.com, makers of the G35 and the G4 helmets.
And I must say, it's great to be here at the home of SunPath. I got measured up yesterday by Tom Parker and the team for my brand new SunPath Javelin Odyssey. I can't wait to receive that.
Yeah, Tom Parker, I love that guy. Yeah. Robbie, we're here. Great guys, great people over at SunPath.
So let's have a look at what's been going on. Maybe we can bring the scores on screen and show you the first 2 rounds of the action. You know, we started off with a good split of like 3 groups after round 1. And we can see here after round 2 what's actually going on. Talk us through it, Sonic.
Yeah, so as we predicted, Team France in first place with 55 points. Right behind them, Team Belgium in 51 points, Team USA 51, and the Czech at 50.
Yeah, it's all good stuff really happening here. We could see now those are top 3 places. We've got Belgium and USA tied off on 51 points each, 25.5 average. France pulling away, 27.5 average on 55 points. Down at the bottom, Thailand, they started off with an 8, dropped down to a 7, so we want to see how they can play against themselves a little bit. The middle of the pack, we had Netherlands and Switzerland starting off on 22 each. Netherlands have pulled 4 points away from that now. And in the middle, we had Qatar and Spain, and I think Italy were all tied off. Well, now we've got Qatar and Italy both on 19, Spain on 18, but I can hear the wind speed coming, and we're going back to it. Round 3, starting us off with Thailand.
All right, this dive is 5PQ18. So we got a 6-point round. Thailand in the door, and here they go. Round 3, Thailand. All right.
I like that they're keeping the calmness, Sonic. They're not trying to rush through it. They're not trying to build anything better. I remember Gary Smith always telling us, your team rate, your speed is your speed. Don't try and go faster than what you can do. You got to do what you can do.
Exactly. As the old saying is, slow and smooth becomes fast.
Yep.
So the smoother they are, the faster they are.
Yeah.
And that's been the saying, slow and smooth. So Thailand here, round 3, looking like they got a 7. So they're doing well, seeing great smiles on them when they're outside the tunnel, so they're having fun.
Yeah. You know, if you're a 7 or 8, 9 point average team, that's what you are, you're not going to pull 18 points on a round. You know, there's no point trying to go faster than what you actually can do. Stick to your average, and, you know, then the increasement will come over time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're moving now into our next team. It's Singapore, round 3, currently in 13-point average, 26 points.
Yes. All right, into the chamber. Clock starts. All right. PQ 18. Back to the top. Second page. Oh, a little bit of a grip bobble there. Talking to the judges that are scoring it live. Sometimes they're going to put the bust at the end. They don't sometimes catch it during the jump. Currently, this team's looking like they're 14, potentially. It was a 15 busted down to a 14, so maybe 13 again. Unofficial score for Singapore.
Yeah, we've got our great live scoring happening bottom right, and it's not the official score. We've got one of our judges, Zelko, doing that for us. Switzerland will be next in. GJ Marvin says Tom is an absolute legend from SunPath. Certainly is. Tacticat says go Spain. Greetings from Belgium to all my friends in the competition, says Vans de Weigart. Switzerland, here we go.
All right, round 3, here we go. Entering the 5. Right into it. P to the Q. Block 18. There we go. Back, second page. Looking smooth. Like you said, not moving too fast. staying at a controlled pace, solid turns. A lot of these teams, as their dives go on, we use the term flow, where they're flowing from one point to the next point. And you'll see those top teams like France and Belgium, USA, flowing from one point to the other. But a solid 23 for Switzerland.
Yeah, they're currently tied off with Brazil, 36 points each, both on an 18 average. So a little mini battle is going to start coming out of what we're seeing there from these two teams. And Brazil will be the next team in. They had a 20 on round 1, 16 on round 2. Our nautical team from Brazil.
All right, Brazil. You see the count, shake, 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 and enter the tunnel. Clock starts right into that 5 block. Ooh, maybe a little quick to the P.
Yeah, I thought so.
18 here. All right, second page. Going through a little bit cleaner than that first page. Looking solid here. I believe Ali DeVargas from Airspeed's been coaching these guys a little bit. So his home Brazilians looking real good here in round 3. All right. Looks like an unofficial score of 22 for round 3, Brazil.
Thank you very much, guys. Our first 4 teams, Thailand, Singapore, Switzerland, and Brazil. As a great round of applause comes out from this appreciative crowd here at Paraclete XP Rayford. And Rayford, it's just synonymous with champions, Sonic.
Absolutely.
Skydiving, tunnel.
I mean, this is where champions train.
Yeah.
Paraclete XP, from 4-way teams to 8-way teams. We know it's the home of the Golden Knights because they're right here by Fort Bragg, Rayford, North Carolina, and they train there. So if you ever want to see top talent in the world, you come to Paraclete XP, Rayford, North Carolina.
And what about that demo last night? Amazing demo.
Awesome.
It had it all: banners, flags, wingsuits, canopy piloting.
It was fantastic, man. The 2 guys that were flying the one large flag, they brought it down. It seemed like they were 20 feet off the ground when they finally released it. They were so low. It was so exciting.
Yeah, it's just trying to think of some of the times I've been here in the past in Rayford with the Sunpath Open, commentating on that. I'll be bringing all the action from Denmark with the Sunpath Open this year as we get that going for you. But the other events that we've had here, the Nationals and the World Championships, it's so steeped in history.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and this is one of the few drop zones that you can hold every single event, including canopy piloting. They have the pond out there, so they are one of the few drop zones that's able to hold every single event for national and world competition.
We're moving into the next block with a UK team. They're currently in 5th place, tied off with Czech Republic. They've pulled it back to them on the second round score, but a 23 average as opposed to the Czech Republic's 25 average. Here we go, United Kingdom.
All right, UK. Boom, right into block 5. P. 18. Snapping those turns, looking fast. Oop, nope, held that together. Zigzag marquee, as we used to call it.
Yeah.
Solid. This is looking like to be a really good score for the UK team. Solid through the end of this round. Really good score coming up for them. Possibly 26. Did they get that in time? So it looked like a 26 busted down to a 25 for round 3 for the UK.
Thanks very much, guys. The 3 girls from NFTO and Pete Allen in there as well. Netherlands will be next. Great support in the Netherlands, and a lot of people are watching the Netherlands because they're the host of the Outdoor Championships coming up this summer. But UK have set down that 25 points, and the Netherlands, they are in 10th place currently. They've got an 18 on round 2, 22 round 1, currently 20 average. Here we are.
All right, count in the door, enter the chamber. Here we go, right into block 5. P. Q, 18, solid block on 18 there. Even their 5s looking real clean. Little move there, little misgrip. No, they got it. Sometimes, little misgrip, and sometimes you got to wait for your team to get into the formation before you move on.
Yeah,
it's definitely a bust, possibly 2 busts, but looking like the fish at the bottom end of this real clean, keeping it fast. we going to get that 23 in time? Yep, looks like they got the 23 in time, but a potential bust or two. Again, that bottom right is an unofficial score. Yep, there we go. Potentially 3 busts down to a 21.
All right, so that's the Netherlands for you. And Spain will be next up. They kind of slipped down to 8th place currently. They had a great start with a 26, then down to 18 points. 22 average right now with 44 points after the 2 rounds. Spain, here we are.
Yeah, here we go. Looking like a clean start. Need to synchronize up that 18 a little bit better. 5 to the P. 18. Definitely cleaned up that one a little bit better. Q. These guys are definitely looking like they're having a solid score here. It's looking clean so far. Going to finish it up probably with the 26 if they get that last one in time. Did they get that in time? Not really sure, but right now, unofficial, 25 points for round 3 in Spain.
That's our 2 Oscars, Jose, Juan, and Miguel. Thank you very much, guys. Out they go. Next up, we have the Czech Republic team that everybody's watching right now. They brought us a 22 on round 2, the same as the United Kingdom. Currently on a 25 average, 50 points. 4 points above United Kingdom and 1 point behind USA. Czech Republic, here we go.
Yeah, Skywalkers. Young kids here. I call them kids. They're in their 20s.
Yeah.
Man, they've been together again a couple years. Been flying in the tunnel since kids, children. Wish the U.S. had a little bit more of a junior league for 4-way so we could bring them up to be this level. I mean, to be this young and at the top leaderboard in the World Championship, this is an incredible performance right now from the Czech. Man, look at the score they got. Looking real clean. Did they get that 30 in time? 31 in time, maybe? Wow, what a fantastic score from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, we need to get that going in the States. You need to get your youth leagues, get them, somebody needs to take control of that, right?
Absolutely. It's something that, in Europe, they've developed these junior leagues that they really get these young kids flying. And I do think, I know there's a lot of young kids flying at all the iFly tunnels and SkyVenture tunnels in the U.S., but not as much as Europe.
Yeah, and a lot of them are doing the freestyle and the dynamics. It's getting them into the 4-way. That's a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, obviously for the freestyle and stuff, you're a single person. You're doing that by yourself. You don't need a team. As we all know, a team, you got to get 4 people on the same schedule and same performance, so teams are a little bit tougher.
Let's get a quick word as they pass out. How are you feeling so far after that round?
Great. It was a very good round.
We're all excited to see how you progress over the next 3 rounds as well, guys.
Yeah, it's good. Nice progress. We have really good feeling about this round.
We hope not to get overhyped, but we feel good.
Thanks very much. That's the Czech team, ladies and gentlemen. We're resetting the tunnel. The Skywalkers.
Oh, man. These guys, you see those smiles on these guys' face? Man, they are so pumped to be here. Man, they got to be pumped to be in the hunt.
Yeah.
In the hunt for the podium. They really are.
Resetting now with Italy, Sweden, Qatar and Belgium making their way in. Italy will be next. Let's have a look at what Italy have been doing. They started off in that middle block after round 1 with 26 points with Qatar and Spain. They moved into round 2 with a 19. Qatar also got a 19. Spain dropping down 1 to 18. So that puts Italy currently 6th place, 45 points, 22.5 average.
All right, round 3. Here they are into the chamber. Moving quick. Italy.
Just to remind us, we saw a potential 30 from the Czech boys.
Yeah. Down potentially, so that's a real solid score for Italy for round 3.
Thank you very much, Italy. Good to have you there. Sweden are going to be next. The Swedish team, 9th place with a 17 on round 2. Currently tied off on points with the Netherlands, both on 40, both on that 20 average. I remember 20 average being World Championship winning score, right?
Absolutely.
Back in the day.
20-something years ago.
When it was all in black and white.
Yeah. Exactly.
Here's Sweden.
All right, into the chamber. All right, looking clean through this first page. Yep, page 2. Real nice block 5 there. 18. Here we go. Block 5 to the P to the Q to 18. A little miscommunication there. Timing a little off. They're back at it. And that's always tough for a team if they have a little bobble or a little miscommunication to get back on track, maintaining the same speed. But they're looking like a great score here.
Oh, man.
28, potentially unofficial. I don't know if they had any potential busts. No. Looks like a clean score. 28 for Sweden.
Coming back with some fire there from Sweden. Thanks very much, guys. Qatar are going to be next in. Coralie says go. Petrik says woohoo for the Czechs. Mekal says go Hayabusa. But Qatar now bringing it in. Currently in 6th place. Tied off with 19 points on round 2.
All right, here we go. Seeing the count into the chamber. Here we go. Good clean 5. PQ onto their 18. These guys train. I'm even curious. They must spend dozens of hours in the tunnel training, which is a lot of time. Oh, little miscommunication. Looked like a little bit of a pause. They're continuing through.
They were joint 6 after the last round with Italy. Italy got 27, Sonic, on the last round. So
yeah, so looking like they're going to be in the
pulling away
a little bit. We're going to see what the unofficial score is of potentially 29, but they might have had one bust. Let's see. Yep. Oh, potentially 2 busts.
Right.
So, again, unofficial score, but a 27 for Qatar.
So that could keep them with Italy then after the 3rd round. Keep an eye on all the scoring, intimescoring.com, of course. Belgium are going to be next team through, currently in 2nd place, 4 points behind the French, equal with USA on a 25.5 average.
Team Hayabusa representing Belgium. Here they are into the chamber. Oh, snapping those turns, I tell you.
Yeah.
These teams that can enter the chamber and be at almost 100% speed, that's a real key thing to be at that top level. These guys are doing it. The quick touches, the quick movements. I tell you, sometimes I wonder how these judges score this, but they got those trained eyes to see what grips are needed. Man, Belgium's smoking through this dive right now. Man, that's Dennis up there spinning like a man. He's so good. What an incredibly talented skydiver. What we got here? Potential 33.
Wow.
33. I didn't see any bobbles, so I think it could be a clean jump. 33 for Belgium. Yeah.
Their entrance almost felt slow motion as they came through the door and then bam, into gear.
Right into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simon Brentford, good friend of the show, says Czech Republics were very impressive just now. I'd like to see an under-18 or an under-21 competition for indoor world meets. That could be inspiring. Well, in the freestyle, they do have a junior category in the freestyle. And we have had junior categories in 4-way in the past. It's just how many people you can get involved, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and we're... It's not an inexpensive sport.
No.
This is definitely on the higher end of cost for sports, for the tunnel time, to train, to be at this level. A lot of these teams, rely on their sponsorships to help them. We can see outside the chamber here, they're all talking about their last round, looking real good.
Do us a favor, guys. We can always keep asking. Shot a little message into the live chat, hit the heart button, share it out as well on your social media if you don't mind. Let's remind everybody what's happening right now. It is the 5th FAI Indoor Skydiving World Championship, so let's get a few more people watching. Just short of 200 people live right now. Not bad for a little niche corner of air sports, ladies and gentlemen, but we can double that with you and with us. A little bit of help. Let's get a few more. Come on.
I wish we could have a little counter of where around the world people are watching. So again,
let us know, guys. Let us know.
Yeah, definitely.
France next up at the top, 55 points in total, 32 points round 1, 23 round 2. Here comes the French.
Oh man, these guys are going to be smoking through this. I'm going to guess about a 35 for their round. Let's see what happens here. Fast out the door. Light touches for grips, moving. See, this is what I'm talking about, flow.
Yeah.
From one point to the next, they just flow through it. They don't stop at that point and then go to the next. They flow through it. And, man, these guys are looking incredibly fast, snapping those turns. Man, these block 18 here, man, quick right onto grips to 5, P, Q. Man, these guys are, I was guessing about 35 for their round here. After seeing the other teams, what do they got here? Did they get that 36? No. 35. Top score right now. Team France with the 35.
Thank you very much, France. Still to come, USA. They say, I've just got a message here, we're starting a four-way junior program at Paraclete and hope to have 3 teams by spring. 2 11-year-olds flew with me in the nationals, says VH Clem. So that's interesting information. We'll see how that develops, yeah. Well, we've got one more team to come in this little block. That's going to be USA, of course, currently in 3rd place, tied off with Belgium, both on 2nd place, USA, with a 25.5 average. USA, here we go.
Right into the chamber, right into block 5. PQ to the 18. Looking good. Good snap turn there. Really good here. Youngest member on this team is Doug. Doing great. The old man on the team, Nicholas Henlin. But my boys Joey and Chris looking clean through this round. No bobbles, nothing missing here. Looking good. Not the fastest, but they're still looking great. Going to have a solid score, 32 maybe if they get it in time. Looks like they did. I think it was a clean run. Nice. So it looks like 32 for USA.
Great job, guys. Donna, thanks for the heart on there. DJ Marvin says Sonic could draw a map where everybody's watching from. People watching, just type in your town and country where you're watching from. Let us know where you are. Into the female category next. Singapore female bringing it up to start us off round 3. As we just tell you their score, Singapore brought a 10 on the round 2, currently on a 27.
All right.
Out of the 5 teams, and France pulling away with a 6-point lead from China right now.
Yeah. And watching these female Singapore team, you can see that they're block 18. If you're going to watch it coming up, here's block 18 where they're cogging it. Where other teams are going vertical, they're cogging it. So a little bit different engineering.
Yeah.
Making sure of their grips, looking good.
When we were first learning this block, we were Gary asked us to just keep cogging it until we had it smooth with a good start and a good finish before we even thought about the vertical on it.
Yeah. So a 17 for Singapore, yeah, and those vertical moves you can't see from the judging view.
Yeah.
If we had that side view during some of these verticals, you could see how they're hopping over one another.
Shout out to Lanson and Brusgard Altimeters in Texas. DJ Marvin watching there. Singapore is watching. Prague, Czech Republic, Cape Town, Vorhout, Netherlands, Latvia, Riga City. Lots of people watching. China now currently in 2nd place with 49 points.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Man, grips. Oh, little synchronization off. But, man, they move fast. They snap those turns. Grips are on. Okay, here they go. A little bit better flow going for China. They're moving fast. Man, these girls are good. Wow, great 18.
Oh, yeah.
Whew. Quick 5, PQ. These 18s are fantastic. Bam, right onto grips. They're moving fast. Looking good. They're going to get 32. No, 30, let's get it. 31. Looking like a 31. Not sure if there's any bust in there potentially. But right now, looking like a 31 for the unofficial score.
Thanks, China. John Genazio says the live feed was a good idea. Live feeds are always a good idea, John, as we well know. That's China for you. Next up, we've got Switzerland in 4th place with their 15.5 average. Swiss team being coached by P. Allen, and we want to just take a moment to look at those block 18s from China. That was so fast.
So fast.
And the stops were so good.
So good.
It was a really, really good action. But out in the front, the French female with a 25.5 average right now, 51 points. I'll just correct myself. I did say it was a 6-point lead. It's actually a 2-point lead they've got right now. Both teams, France and China, with 28 on round 1, and France coming back with a 23 on round 2.
You had mentioned Don D'Annunzio. I think we definitely need to shout out to the D'Annunzio family, Tim, the owners of both the Drop Zone and the Tunnel.
Yeah.
Every time I've come here, the D'Annunzio family has just been incredibly awesome. They put on one of the top shows in the world for every event from nationals to world meets. So definitely a shout out to Paraclete and the D'Annunzio family.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. Just watching some of the crew getting quite close to our cameras are passing by there. We'll have to watch out for that. We can always put it back into place if we need to. But yeah, well, Sonic action it continues with the female. We're with you all the way through till I think about 5 p.m. tonight. We've got the VFS starting as well. But now here come the Swiss ladies with a virtual cowbell ding ding.
into the chamber. Block 5, PQ18. Let's see how they perform this block. Looking real good, synchronized, a vertical move. Looking good through here. And solid, a little, that's where miscommunication happened. Trying to get on the same page, potentially a couple busts in there. Sometimes when you have a brain lock and a missed grip, getting back onto rhythm is a little tough. It seemed like that happened to the Swiss teams right here with a unofficial score. I think they had a couple more busts in there from my eye. Potentially a 19 for Team Switzerland.
Yeah, let's just tell you what you can see on screen there. On the top left, you've got the blocks, the formations, the draw for the round. Bottom left, that's all the information on the team, what round we're doing, and also in the grey section, you can see FPQ18. That's the draw as well. And on the right-hand side, we've got our live indicative scoring. It doesn't work for the championships, but it helps us with the live stream to show you what's happening. USA female.
Here we go. All right, Team USA female. One thing I know about these ladies, they have incredible technique, solid engineering. It's just a matter of the top teams having the time together to fly together. They talk about trusting your teammate, making sure they're going to be there when it's ready to key the next move. These girls are looking smooth right now. Oh, a little slow there through the block 18. Missed grip, but they got it though. They pulled it together. Going to pull out 27 here. Maybe a bust in there, not sure. Oh, potentially 2. So unofficial score of 25 for Team USA.
Brilliant stuff. All live action. Thanks everybody who's joining us here. That brings round 3 to a conclusion. Any comments on what you've seen so far on the...
One more team.
We still have France to come, of course, on that one there. Just with the wind noise coming down. Here we go, Team France.
All right, currently in first place. Female France team. Yeah, these ladies are quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. Snappy turns. Super clean technique. Block 18 spot on. Block 5 spot on. Look at these guys. Awesome. Yeah, this is going to be a great battle for the podium between France and China currently. It's going to be super. Oh, maybe a little missed. They pulled it together. Still got a couple seconds left in this round. Let's see what they're going to get here. Potentially 30. Did they get that 31 in time? Did they have a clean round? Potentially looking like they did. A clean 31 for female France.
Yeah, that's going to help them there with that already after the 2 rounds with the 2-point lead. That's going to help them a little bit to move forward as well. But now the wind speed comes down, and now we end up with the end of round 3. Some good stuff we saw there, especially those 18s from the Chinese and the...
Absolutely. This is, listen, it's only 3 rounds into it so far. 7 rounds left. Anything can happen. We see that these top teams are 2, 3, 4 points differentiating them. Listen, 1 round can make the difference. It's going to be super exciting to see what's coming up next.
Go and get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink, and we'll be back with live action round 4 in about 30 minutes. We'll see you then.
Awesome.
Hi everybody, it's 11:48 in the morning here in Rayford, North Carolina for the 5th FAI Indoor Skydiving World Championships, and already stories are developing 3 rounds down in the open female categories of this championship, and we're about to go into round 4, Sonic.
Yeah, absolutely exciting. Now that we have 3 rounds completed, we're looking at some scores. So let's first start with the female. We have the French team currently in first place by 2 points, 80 points, over the China female at 78, 2 points behind them. Then we have in third place the U.S. female, a little bit further down at 67 points. But that second place for the female is super exciting since China was the last world champions.
And in your top 3 in the open category, currently third place USA on 82 points, 2 points clear of the Czechs. Second place Belgium, 84, 2 points above the United States. And currently in the lead, pulling away 90 points, 6 points clear is France. Let's just go down the table a little bit. Czech Republic, like I said, on 80. Qatar is 7 points below them on 73. And nudging them, we've got United Kingdom 1 point behind Qatar for that 5th place, Sonic.
Yeah, and as you said, there's always the battles even for 6th or 7th place. These teams want to do as good as they can on the world level.
On the 7th and the 8th, we've got 25 points each for Italy and Spain. I do apologise, that's the last round. We've got 70 points for Italy, 69 for Spain, 67 for Sweden, and 72 for the UK. So there's a couple of points in it either way at the moment. They're in the middle of the pie.
Yes, and I'm going to tell you right now, round 4, buckle up and get ready. Round 4 is what we call a barn burner. There is a block and then 3 randoms. This is going to be the fastest round. We're definitely going to see potentially scores into the 40, and this is where those better teams can really pull ahead of the other teams that don't have the best technique. I was actually just downstairs in the tunnel watching them creep and talking about grip management, how technical these teams get. So this is going to be super exciting.
It is indeed. Here we go. Round 4 action live from United States of America. Thailand bringing it in. They had a 8 and then a 7 and a 7 on their first 3 rounds. What they're going to bring us here with a bit of a faster round.
Yeah, here we go. Again, a block with 3 randoms, so a 5-point dive. So block 1. And then into the 3 randoms, MJO. And when I was just briefly talking about grip management, that's basically, am I grabbing you, you grabbing me, you grabbing my wrist, you grabbing my elbow, like where they have every hand movement down to the T. And these top teams, you got to stick to your plan, and you're going to have a great dive. But Thailand right now, doing super solid. I was just in the elevator with them, having a great time, having fun. That's always what it's about, having fun. So 15 for Thailand on round 4.
Thanks, guys, for getting round 4 underway for us for Thailand. Second team in is Singapore. Their scores have had a 16, a 10, and 11. Currently on a 12.3 average in 13th place. Singapore, ladies and gentlemen, representing the Far East along with Thailand and China.
All right. Singapore lined up in the door. Let's see how they handle this. Block 1 is not, it's one of the newer blocks that came out about 4 or 5 years ago. Definitely a little bit different of a move.
They're trying to burn through those randoms there, weren't they? You can see that dangerous territory at the moment. Yeah, that's better. That's better now. The second page is better.
Yeah, that's where, again, the word trust. We talk about these top teams trusting on those quick block, random moves that their teammates there. Yeah, it looked like a little miss right there.
Are they trying to go just a little bit too fast for the team in those randoms?
I think, and you know, as an experienced 4-way guy, we both were, that you got randoms in a row, you want to go fast, but you got to stay on the page with the team.
Yeah.
And that's so critical. Yeah, maybe you might be able to move individually fast, but you got to move fast as a team.
Yeah.
But 19 for Singapore. That's a solid score.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Singapore. Bringing Switzerland now into the mix. They had a quite good round 3 with a 23 points, so a 19.7 average. And they are 3 points behind the Netherlands. 2 points behind the Netherlands. Here we go.
Solid block 1 out the door, yeah.
Really fixed it on the end on that finish.
Yeah. Here we go. Better synchronization with these guys.
Yeah.
Looking really solid so far and moving fast. And again, we're going to see the speed pick up a little bit more as they get through these pages.
Very clean on those random, Sonic. No
Absolutely.
energy. No energy into it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Looking. Can they get that 30 maybe? They're going to get into that 30. Yeah, there it is. 31 even. Great score for Switzerland. Potentially a 31.
Yeah.
In time, unofficial score, 31 for Switzerland, round 4.
Keep your eyes on this round, guys. These scores are going to go through the roof. Switzerland, thank you. Now, Brazil, currently in 12th place again. They had a 20, a 16, then another 20. 18.7 average, 56 points in total so far.
Yeah, let's see how Brazil does. I mean, seeing Switzerland with 31, these top teams might be in the 40-somethings, maybe 50. I don't know.
Possible 50.
We'll see. All right, Brazil starting out, a little quick there.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people say, it's like synchronized dancing, synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
You got to be together. Yep. Snapping those turns a little fast.
It does take a lot in the mindset. You know, if you're one of the faster flyers on the group, to try and calm yourself down, it gets quite frustrating. Thinking about the team instead of yourself. It's not easy sometimes.
Yeah. Looks like an unofficial 27 for Brazil for round 4.
Yeah.
And again, we're seeing a lot of these teams having higher scores than they have. We knew round 4 was going to be a quick or a high-scoring round. And that's the first group.
Thank you very much, guys. Out they go now. We swap those 4 out, bring our next 4 in, which is going to be United Kingdom, Netherlands, Spain, and Czech. United Kingdom currently on a 24 average, 6th place, 1 point behind Qatar for 5th, and 2 points clear of Italy for 7th. So, you know, top 5 is in their sights. Let's going to see how we pan out over these 10 rounds of competition. And we do have the scores on the screen for you there, just flipping in and out. But there you go, they're back for you. There we go. That's how it stands at the moment. In the female, you can see how it's out
Tight.
with 2 points at the top. Yeah.
Tight scores. Here's the open. France ahead by 6. Then Belgium ahead of the U.S. by 2. And Czech Republic right in the hunt. So honestly, it might be 2 to 4 points, second, third, and 4th. But man, 7 rounds left.
Yeah.
This is going to be exciting.
Yeah. And this round, I mean, it is a fast round, but sometimes you can just trip over your own feet a little bit and end up losing a few. I can feel it. I can feel the tension in my fingertips.
Yeah. You know, I'm even curious what the highest scoring round. I see Kurt Gable. I'll probably ask him on a break what the highest indoor round is. I know outdoor, I believe, is 61.
Yeah, I think it's
for
well into
outdoor, which is insanely fast.
Well into the 70s, I believe.
I think it is. I want to say maybe someone said 75. All right, here we go. The UK.
UK team, round 4, currently on a 72 points, 24 average.
All right, we know this is going to be a high score for the UK team. Bam, right out of. Let's see how they. Yeah.
Randoms look good.
Absolutely. Snapping those turns. Yeah, this is going to be in the 40s. Maybe.
Oh, just a little bit of a kerfuffle there, as Ray would say.
I kept saying bobble. My wife was like, "What's a bobble?" I'm like, "A fumble, or this and that." Misgrip. Good score from the UK. I have a feeling they're not going to be so happy. Little glitches here and there, but that's what happens. So, potentially 2 busts. So the unofficial score, 30 for the UK, round 4.
Thanks, guys. UK getting this second little block of round 4 underway. Netherlands will be next. Currently in 10th place. They are 2 points clear of Switzerland. 6 points behind Sweden. So quite a mountain to climb to build up a little bit. But they want to try and protect this position from Switzerland. Netherlands, here we go.
All right. Clean out the door. Solid block 1 into the randoms. These guys are, a little bit taller, a little bit bigger. You see them kicking the glass a little bit here and there, slowing them down, but they're still moving along. They're having a clean round right now. They're looking good. Yeah, nice block 1. I tell you, all competitors hope for maybe a little glitch right there. hope for a clean meet.
Yeah.
But unofficial 31, I think that's going to probably be busted down to a 29 potentially.
29, right.
29 for the Netherlands.
Thank you, Netherlands. Spain are going to bring their bit of action now. Vámonos España. 69, 69 points, 23 average. 2 points clear of Sweden and only 1 point behind Italy. Italy in 7th place. So there is a potential for them here to climb up the table a little bit. Spain with this fast round. Let's see what they've got.
All right, count. Here we go. Block 1. Good synchronization through the first page. Keeping that flow, picking up the speed. Little glitch right there. That's what happens, like Regan said, trying to go too fast.
Yeah. Still looking to be well into the 30s, though.
Yeah. Solid round by Spain right now. Look at this. Definitely going to be mid-30s. Man, when you got those 3 randoms at the end of that jump, bam.
Yeah.
Did they get that 37? So I think they're going to have a glitch or 2, possibly 2 busts is my guess.
You know, sometimes you get to that 35 seconds and you're waiting for that final block to get that next point. But if you just hit it right, that you get those 3 randoms at the bam, 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 suddenly you...
It makes such a difference. That's where I was saying earlier, a quarter second here and there gives you that extra second. Extra seconds could be a couple points.
Czech Republic now, currently in 4th place, 80 points, 2 points behind USA. Here we go.
All right. I had said earlier that these guys, I think, are in their young 20s. No, these are all teenagers. 2 are 17, 18, and 19. Teenagers.
Wow.
Man, and they're competing at the world level here, and they are looking fast.
Yeah.
It's a clean dive right now. Really? Could be about maybe mid-30s. It depends on if they get to that last set of randoms.
Team speed with them all is synchronized.
Here we go. And they can get...
Come on.
Here Almost a 40.
Wow. Wow. Sonic 39 points there, looking down to a 38, but so close to that 40 for the Czech Republic. What a nice little preview of what we might be seeing coming as we get into these top 3 teams there, ladies and gentlemen. Just really, really good to see. Still to come, we have Italy, Sweden, and Qatar, and Belgium will be the next 4 teams in there. We're just waiting for the Czech team to be released from the chamber. Sonic's going to grab them and get their reaction to that almost 40 points, Sonic. Let's see what they've got to say.
Who else?
Go on, Sonic. All yours.
Stand here. Camera's right here. All right, we got the Skywalkers from the Czech Republic just coming out of a blazingly fast round. Introduce yourselves.
Yeah, hi, I'm Philip.
I'm Christoph.
Fellas, fastest round I think so far. How'd you feel on that last jump?
Well, sometimes it was really nervous. The speed kind of makes it all really uneven and really fast and hard to keep track of. But I think we did good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
Sometimes you get lost for words. Let me ask something. Is this your first World Championship?
We already had a World Championship as juniors, but the competition wasn't too fierce. Therefore, we didn't really have much to prove there.
Guys, thank you for the time. Back to Regan.
Thank you very much, guys. Exciting stuff. It is round 4 of the action here at the 5th FAI World Skydiving Championships, Indoor Championships. Italy now bring their action. 70 points, 23.3 average, 2 points behind UK, 1 point in front of Spain. It's Italy in round 4.
All right. Italy looking good right here. Looking synchronized. Halfway through this, looking solid.
So 38 is the best we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And the Czech boys.
Italy looking solid here with 32. If they get that in time, even a couple more maybe. Wow. Solid score for Italy. 34 unofficial, maybe 33 for them.
Nice guys. Nice guys from Italy there with the 33 points. Sweden will be the next team in. They're on a 67. They're very well clear of Netherlands. They're 6 points clear, but they are 2 points behind Spain. So a little bit of work to do for Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden. All right. Here we go into the chamber. Fast block 1. Nice through the first page into the second page here. All right. They're speeding it up a little bit. Good grip management. Synchronized. Oh, might have missed a grip there. Sometimes you miss a grip, you fake it till you make it, and luckily you might get the clean score. But a 34, I think they had a buster 2. There it is, 32.
Thanks, Sweden. Big shout out to Judge Zelko, is here in the studio with us with the monitor and the judging system. A lot of pressure on him there, just on his own, giving us our indicative score, what we think's going on. It's a great tool for you at home as well to see. Now, Qatar, currently in 5th place, 73 points, 1 point above UK, 7 points behind the Czechs.
I think we're going to see a high 30s from these guys, I would potentially think. They have a clean run.
Little crash there to taking a
collision. And you can see how they're cogging where their legs are on this right here, but almost between each other.
Yeah.
Man, they're keeping it tight.
Back in time with those randoms. A little bit unsynchronized before, but they're back on it now. Ooh, that looked like a miss.
Yep. All right, yeah, definitely going to be little issues on that bottom end there of the round. I think there are probably 2 or 3 busts. Let's see what Milko says. 2 busts potentially. Again, unofficial. 34, unofficial for round 4.
Exciting stuff.
Should I dare to say we're going to see a 40 from Belgium?
I think we are going to see a 40 from Belgium. I think you've got more chance of seeing a 40 than you've got of seeing that bar of chocolate coming back.
Oh, man, it disappeared that. All right.
Belgium.
Hayabusa.
Here we go.
Let's see it. Oh, man, snapping it out of the gates. Look at this.
Yeah.
Those grips synchronized, trusting each other, knowing that their teammate's going to be there, and they are just flowing through this.
21 points with 17 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's going to be 30 before 10 seconds left.
Yeah. Again, man, if they get those randoms at the bottom end of this time, man, they're going to have a 40 potentially. Let's see it.
1, 2, 3.
They're going to have, the first 40. Yeah. Wow. You knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
42 potentially busted down to 41. Absolutely blazing speed by Belgium.
So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see a 50. It's possible. But,
I was dreaming.
Hey, you never know what the French and the United States might suddenly just. I think it all depends where you just hit that. If you just get that 3 randoms on the line.
That was the perfect example.
Yeah.
Where they finished that block 1, and then the 3 randoms.
Yeah.
If you're able to, again, you squeak out every 10th of a second from your engineering to add up to another second. If it gives you another second, that's potentially 2 to 3 points, especially in a jump like this where they have those randoms at the end, and that could just leap you ahead of your team. Of the team that's potentially ahead of you.
Our good friend from LMB Altimeters, DJ Marvin, says, amazing round by the Czech Republic. I look forward to what these kids do in the next few years. Legends in the making. Check out LMB Altimeters as well and the new Bluetooth products they've got out there. It's incredible stuff. Evolution in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Qatar team just walking past us outside. But wow, we've got a bit of a masterclass of fast rounds coming now.
The excitement. Should I dare guess what France is going to get?
Do you wish for a 50? It's a lot.
After watching
Hayabusa, you can't do much more than that.
No, I mean
41.
If they scored a 41 with
45
a bus in there, I think a 45 would be a top score. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're going to see. Hopefully, even the USA can, who's 2 points behind Hayabusa.
France in the lead, 30-point average, 90 points in total, round 4.
Here we go. Strap in, everybody. Let's see what these guys do. tell you, looking the same as Hayabusa as far as speed out of the gate. Let's watch this. Oh, you can already see how it's just speeding up.
Oh, yeah. They're comfortable. They look comfortable. Nobody's reaching. Nobody's out of time with everybody else.
Yep. This is what world level is all about right here. This is just, man, there it is, trying to go faster.
Wow.
Oh, man. 3 seconds left.
1,
see
2, 3.
Yep. Oh.
Interesting, eh?
Yeah.
That is interesting. It looked a little bit faster.
Ooh. Ooh. Potentially 2 busts.
Wow.
Where Team Belgium can maybe move up on France a little bit. So unofficially a 39.
Yeah, there is a 6-point gap after the 3 rounds, but we might see that just shaved off a little bit. USA, here we go, round 4.
Yeah, after today we got 6 more rounds, so anything can happen. All right, USA. All right, let's slow out of the door. Here we go. All right, looking solid. Definitely synchronized. Picking up the speed. Oh, little glitch. That's the difference. That makes the difference right there. 1 or 2 points. Again, even coming out after a glitch and getting back on the same page and synchronized, it's tough when you're moving that fast. Can they get to a potentially 30? Definitely, I think 2 busts in there. Or maybe just 1. So USA finishing round 4 with a 36. Solid score.
Yeah, indeed it is. Peter Harenka says, go, check. Ils van der Weeraert. Good jump, Hayabusa. Claudio Machacho, good luck, Brazil. Keep your comments coming through, guys. We'd love to hear from you. Now to the females. Singapore female with their round 4.
All right. Into the chamber. Oh, a little over rotation. Yeah, that's good. All right. That front piece back moves tough. You see this group having a little hard time with it. Watch the glass. Keep it in the middle. Definitely going to be their highest score for these guys.
Yeah, they've got a quite a nice 14 average so far in the 5th place in the pack. 15 points on round 3, a 10 and a 17 before that.
So looks like maybe a 22. I think they might have had 1 or 2 busts from what I'm watching over here.
Interestingly, on round 1, Sonic, they beat Switzerland by 1 point on round 1, but on the next 2 rounds, Switzerland have really put their authority on it. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here on the 4th round. Chinese female tied at the top on the last round. 80 points in total. France, China 78. Here we go.
All right, we know this is going to be blazing fast. Wow!
Oh.
Hold on, everybody. Oh, my God.
41's the best we've seen.
Yeah. Man, these ladies are fascinating to watch. They are blazing fast. Maybe not the cleanest technique, but, man, do they move fast. They are going to have a great score. They are synchronized. They're having a good round right now. Man. Let's see what it's going to be. Potentially in the mid-40s for sure. Wow, they're fast. 41.
Yeah, nobody can get over that 41 right now. Hayabusa brought a 41. They've been bust down to a 39.
Yeah, moving a little too fast maybe, but a 39. What an incredible score for China.
Wow.
I tell you, I know Hayabusa and France scored a 41, but they just visually looked faster.
Yeah, they did.
They are.
I think it's because there's so much movement going on.
Again, I think their strategy is go fast.
Yeah. Just go for it.
Absolutely.
Just go for it. All right, next up, we're going to swap them out. We're going to bring in Switzerland, USA, and France. Now, Switzerland, they've been doing well compared to Singapore. That's where their little battle is. But they've really pulled ahead. They've got 7 points away from Singapore. So, really, Singapore are clinging onto Switzerland, tripping up a little bit to not finish at the bottom of the pack there.
Yeah.
But China, how they go?
Girl. Man,
just walking past the studio.
Great job, ladies.
Thank you, guys.
Fascinating to watch. Wow. USA, my old teammates, Christopher Coleman, Joey Marshall, Doug Niklas,
and Singapore.
They smile. They're all smiling, having a great time. That's awesome.
Full house here on the floor, on the 3rd floor of Paraclete XP Sky Venture. and an iconic place. It's a bit of theatre of dreams over the years gone by.
It's absolutely, this place is amazing. You can see it right there behind us. Again, largest 16-foot tunnel, the largest tunnel in the U.S. is 16-footer. All right, wait, we got some action starting here.
Switzerland currently on 49 points. Here we go.
All right. They took they sort of no-gripped on that exit, but they brought it together for that first block. And they're going through it. Good. Yeah, Switz. These ladies are definitely moving pretty well. Seems to be all on the same pace. They're going to have, maybe let's see what they finish. Do they get these last randoms together here? Does they get a 30 maybe? Yeah, it looks like they got a 30 in time.
Yeah.
I think that was a clean round. I don't think they had any busts. At least I didn't see any.
Yeah, pulling away from Singapore.
There you go. So, yeah, so a solid 30 for Swiss.
Thank you, Switzerland. Now, USA and France. France, 80 points clear. USA, 67. So the USA females, what can they do here? They're clinging on. Well, they're going to be good for that bronze medal as it stands right now. They've got quite a good lead.
All right, ladies, XPG4, Team USA female into the chamber. Going well through those first couple pages. Picking up a little speed on this third page. Starting to move. 10 seconds left, 23 points. It's still clean so far. A couple randoms at the end of 34, 35, 36. Yes! USA with a 36.
Good job, USA.
They did have that one bust in there. I did see that. But a solid score for Team USA female.
That's their morning session done. One more team to come. We have Team France, who've been bringing some good scores, 28, 23 and 29. 80 points in total with a telling 26.7 average. Round 4. Here we go.
All right. Super exciting. Currently in first place. Female France. Man, snapping that one. Looking good. Looking clean. Man, some of those turns are so snappy. Up a little slow down there. Trying to get back onto pace. Looking good. 10 seconds, 25 points. A little collision. Keeping it clean at the bottom end of the skydive. Get those randoms in. 37, maybe 36. But I think potential. Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to the ladies coming out of the tunnel.
Go get them, Sonic. This could be a 36. We think there for US for the French team. With a 26.7 average before we went into this round. So looking really, really good. After this little interview with Sonic, we'll be going into our break for 1 hour for lunch. And we'll be back after that with the start of the 8-way competition and the VFS as well. So out the come of the tunnel now as we prepare to bring them into Sonic. And they're here now. And Sonic, over to you.
Great job, ladies. Great job. Great job. Great job. Are you guys going that way? Sorry. Going this way.
Jump in there, Sonic. Come on, don't be shy.
Hold on one sec. Let me try to get their attention.
They're having a bit of a debrief with the coach at the moment.
A quick little debrief. Sorry there. Quick little debrief with the coach. Then I'm going to grab one of them over here.
I think you can grab them now. Go on, get in there, Sonic. We're going to try and grab them right now. Here we go. Yeah, he's in there. Go on, Sonic. Just wait till they finish their quick chat with the coach. We don't want to interrupt their sporting practice.
All right, well, we're going to try to catch them tomorrow, maybe.
All right, buddy.
We're going to try to catch them tomorrow.
All right, well, that's it for now. We're going to go into our lunch break, and we'll be back in about an hour's time with the start of the 8-way and the VFS. We'll see you then.
Well, I wanna see everything, and I wonder what life will bring. And you got a hold of my heart. Hey, I'll fly where the skies are blue. I'll try to find all that's true. And you know just where to start. Well, I found something I was searching for. Yeah, I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door, and I found something, and now I want more.
That's it. This is how we do it.
Welcome back, everybody. Me and Sonic here after the lunch break, bringing you the 8-way action and the VFS. And we're starting with 8-way round 1. Sonic?
All right, Team Brazil getting into the chamber. So different for 8-way. You can't get 8 people in the door. So what they got to do, they all got to get to their first point. And once they release, the clock starts.
Here we go.
There you go.
Flying quite high, Sonic.
Yeah. Regan's referring to how far off the net they are. Traditionally, teams are usually 2-3 feet. You got a little bit higher. And also, like I was talking about earlier, 8 people in the tunnel. Yes, it's 16 feet, but it's tight.
Yeah.
But these guys are looking clean so far through this first round here. Love the white uniforms.
Yeah, I was thinking about the dark gloves with the white suits. I mean, a few years ago, yeah, you would have been in trouble with that, with the judges and their quality of image that they could see, with the colours bleeding off and whatever. But now with the high definition cameras and good quality 4K, you can see the points. And it's not like it's fast 4-way, so the judges have got chance to to make out what you're going on. But I think you can't beat white gloves and black suits for a tunnel.
Absolutely. And definitely the lighting is different from one tunnel to the other.
Yeah.
So we currently do not have our live scoring happening. So me and Regan going by the seat of our pants, as we would say.
Yeah.
That was round 1. And again, the draw for 4-way, 8-way, and VFS is actually all the same. So again, this is D417, I believe, for round 1 here. All right. So again, they complete the formation. When they break the grip, clock starts.
And this is Team Canada, ladies and gents.
I believe they're getting coached by Drew Starr of the Golden Knights, formerly of the Golden Knights. I believe he's retired. And these guys are looking smooth. This obviously with twice as many people becomes a little bit more difficult looking at cues and keys. But looking solid right now through this first round. All right.
Watching at home, Vincent Van Latham says, go Switzerland. As we continue with this round 1 of the 8-way, and Canada walking their way out. Now, we're going to get our first look at the Chinese 8-way team in competition. This is going to be very interesting to see what they can bring us as well. And I think we're going to be bringing the indicative scoring back onto the screen as well. FS 8-way open round 1, D417. We're going to swap, obviously, the teams out. We're going to get 2 teams in there at once. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in total. Brazil, Canada, China, France, Qatar, USA in this 8-way event. Have you done an 8-way competition, Sonic, in the past?
I have not. I only strictly did 4-way. 4-way and canopy piloting were my 2 things. But
I'm an 8-way national champion.
Congratulations.
Scotland, when they used to have the Scottish Nationals back in the day, we put 2 4-ways together. We happened to win it with the smallest average you can possibly imagine. But then after that, the Scottish Nationals got cancelled. It's now the UK Nationals. So by default, I'm a reigning national champion of 8-way.
Wow. I didn't know I was sitting next to a national champion. That's incredible.
I think we had about 4 points in the whole thing.
Hey, at least you showed up and you did all the rounds, so you won. So that's what matters, right? Awesome. So also in 8-way, I want to talk about it real quick. The top teams in 4-way are France and USA, and even the Qataris in the top 4 or 5. So for 8-way, traditionally through the years, USA, France is always a powerhouse. Russia's been a powerhouse through the years. But the USA, years ago with the Golden Knights just dominated. In the last bunch of years, it's been a crew from XP here, home tunnel, shall we say, that have just been dominating 8-way. The first 8-way comp was in 2019. It was unofficial in Wimby in France, and they had won it there. So I think we're expecting them to probably win it here. But I hear the tunnel coming up, and we have China, I think, getting into the tunnel.
We do indeed. Let's see how much room they've got as well. They've probably got a bit more room than everybody else.
Yeah.
Here we go. China.
All right.
And we've got our indicative scoring back. One of our judging team is back with us in the studio, giving you an idea of what you're seeing and what we expect the score to be.
All right, these Team China here looking smooth through their points. Really synchronized. Keys going when they should. Good cross-referencing. Having a really solid round here so far.
Yeah.
Squeezing a little collision there.
It almost feels like that just them keys are just taking a little bit too long almost. It just
That's when we talk about the trust and unsurety of whether your teammate's there or not. That's where when you get to that top level, you're trusting that your teammate has his grip and you're keying it to the next move, and that's where you got to be at that top level.
Well, 23, not too bad. Not a bad start, Sonic.
All right. Team France. One of the legends in the Spartan Martiaux.
The Maubeuge team, the Maubeuge team back in the day.
Back in the early 90s, mid-90s.
Yeah.
All right, Team France lining it up, taking grips, and a little bit differently with 8-way, by the way. It's a 50-second time, not the 35 seconds like 4-way. It's 50 seconds.
Look at them go, Sonic.
This man.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a trained team. They have, I believe I heard him say he had the team has had about 20 hours together.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of time. They are snapping those turns, man. Fantastic. Yep. France is always, in skydiving, in almost every discipline, has always been in the top handful of teams, if not world champions. These guys are looking fantastic.
It's like that centre forward just doing a full weight. It's just the speed of it. Wow.
Look at this. Definitely going to be one of the higher scoring rounds. 36, 38 with 2 busts to 36. So incredibly fast round for France.
We were talking to about Thomas Parker a little bit earlier. Tom Parker, he says, good luck to all the teams from Sunpath. Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. And Moritz says, you know it, Bram. Yotzi Totsi says, Dutch Seagulls on top. That's going to be for the VFS, which will be coming up directly after we've seen the next 2 8-way teams, Qatar and USA. But wow, that French team, that's stunning 8-way.
Absolutely blazingly fast. But it doesn't look fast to 4-way, but in 8-way, that was blazing fast. Absolutely really fast skydives.
What did we think it was, the score? Did you
36.
36.
36,
for the French.
And again, just go back a little history. So 2019 in France at Wimby, it was the first 8-way. Again, they have a 16-foot tunnel as well, so that's why they had 8-way. It was
17, I think it is.
Oh,
yeah, it's a big one.
Yes, and Randy Connolly said that was an unofficial meet, where this is the first official FAI 8-way competition.
Yeah.
And looking back at 2019, Paraclete XP8 had won it. France was second. Tanai, or Russia, was third, and the Qatar Falcons were in fourth. So we have France, we have the U.S., we have the Qatar Falcons here, so we know these teams are going to be putting up some solid numbers. But Qatar and USA in the chamber coming up next.
Incredible stuff. Reset your mind. Get ready to what you're going to see next now. Qatar going first. Here we are. They are in. Getting in place. Standing by with our indicative scoring. We also have 36 from France. It's Qatar's turn. Here we go.
Yeah. Trained. These guys, look at these moves. Crisp. Wow. Moving fast. This is going to be very competitive with France.
I think so.
Absolutely. This is what I like to see, these close races where the competition is tight. It's only a few points between the top few teams. Qatar Falcons moving smooth. I haven't seen a glitch yet. Looking really solid.
36 is the line in the sand.
With 10 seconds, 29 points. Let's see what they're going to finish up here.
They could do it. Oh, it's going to be tight, Sonic. There's a 36.
Oh, man. Ooh, did they get so 37, unofficial again, unofficial time score right now, 37, beating France by 1 point. Yeah,
Interesting, because to watch, it looked almost calmer than what we saw from France.
Yeah.
It looked a little bit...
Yeah, it's like it's the illusion of the movement.
Yeah.
But sometimes when there's not a lot of movement, it's slow and smooth is fast. But Team USA into the chamber.
Are they going to give us a masterclass of 8-way now in the home tunnel? Here we go.
You definitely got to, yeah, look at these guys. Having the home tunnel advantage.
Yeah.
I can conservatively say that this team has hundreds of hours in this tunnel. Maybe not this specific team, but all these team members, through the years of 8-way, and they're having a super clean round right now. Well, moving really fast.
Coming up to halfway now, halfway on 19, so that's 38 if they stick at that score.
Well, a little slow down there.
37 is the target.
Still looking clean, though. All right, USA, can they beat the 37 that the Qatars had?
4 seconds. They're going to go. They're going to do it. Can they get that 38?
They squeezed that one in.
Looks like there's a couple of penalties though.
Yeah, it looks like potentially they had a 40 with a two bust to a 38, and maybe I'm going to get over to the chamber to talk to somebody coming out.
Do it, Sonic. Get over there. So it looks like it might be a 38 from USA, 37 from Qatar, 36 from the French. So we're already starting to paint a picture in 8-way here at the World Championships. We've already had 4 rounds of 4-way this morning. We've got the VFS will be coming directly after this to see our first look at what they are bringing. But it is the World Indoor Skydiving Championships, the 5th FAI and the first 8-way. And here come USA and Qatar out of the tunnel now to gain their high fives from the rest of the team. Let's see if Sonic can catch a word with Team USA.
All right, here we are with Drew Starr from XP8. We just watched the rounds. It looked like the French potentially had a 36. Qatar had a 37. Team USA looked like they had a 38. How'd you feel on that round?
I'm getting too old for this, man. No, it was good. We're coming off just a short week of training. We're trying to get everything back together. So none of us have really done anything together since October. So if we get lucky and kind of steal one in the first round there, I'll take that and build momentum from there.
Awesome. Have a great round 2. Thanks Drew. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Drew. Thank you very much, Sonic. Well, it's good to see, isn't it? You can see the effort and exertion. I mean, Drew, an athlete of many, many years, he jokingly said, I'm getting too old for this. And he looked like he'd really been through the wars there. And, it is a lot of movement. It's not like 4-way, Sonic. There's a lot of physicality going on during 8-way. A lot of physicality. Well, we're going to switch it up now and bring you the first round of the VFS. A great discipline in the world of tunnel flying and skydiving as well, an outdoor and indoor activity, and it's one of the niche areas of body flight. Not a lot of people doing it, but the people that are doing it really are of a good standard.
All right, so VFS, V, vertical. These guys are vertical, not the belly flying that we've seen. So like Regan said, these are some top-notch, all-around, incredible skydivers. All right, Netherlands, here they go.
This is the Disgruntled Seagulls, they call themselves.
I love that.
It's a good name.
And as we saw with VFS, it's similar to 8-way, where they don't launch into the tunnel. They start in the tunnel, and once they go to the first point, the clock starts. This is also one of those disciplines that visually, I ain't going to lie to you, it's sometimes hard to see what's going on. Some are head up, some are head down. Grips on feet, grips on arms. It's
And we might be able to show you a little bit of the side view as well, just to give you an idea of what's going on there. The judges are actually watching it from below. That's the view they get to get the grips. I don't think we have access to that camera, though, do we? I'm not quite sure if we have access to the judges' camera. So we're giving you an artistic view. But we do have our... we're trying to bring our indicative scoring. Obviously, it's not easy for our judge in the studio because she hasn't got the correct angle. But Poland VFS, strong team now from Poland. Let's see what they can bring us. Here we go.
These guys were blazing fast the other day. Really good. And again, VFS, it's the same draw. It's the same draw for all teams, all disciplines, because they all have blocks and randoms. So it is D417. Again, this is the time top view, like Regan said, the judgeable bottom view is completely different. But these guys are going smooth. I don't see any hiccups. Again, round one for every competitor. You just want to get the heebie-jeebies out and just sort of get it over with. And Charles going to the second view. Yeah, that's excellent. This is seeing what these guys are really doing. Again, by that judgeable view, you don't see the talent of what these guys have. Oh, a little fun coming out of the tunnel, pulling. These guys are nothing but smiles.
And I think what we can do there with that side view, we can give you that when we know the time's out, so that allows our indicative judge to keep her view from above. Yeah, he's on it. Our great producer here in the studio is absolutely on top of this. Italy VFS, again, another powerhouse of vertical formation skydiving.
All right. Uh-oh. A little glitch right off the beginning there. Right. A little bit slower, making sure their moves are correct. Yep. Head up, head down, maintaining their positions to each other. This is really top-notch flying. But Team Italy looking like a 16. Yeah, potentially 16. I don't know if there were any busts or not. Again, it's hard from this angle, but you can see what these guys are doing here. So 16 for round one for Italy.
Thank you very much, Italy. Good to have you there. Just a recap on the Open 4. After 4 rounds, third place, Czech Republic. Second place, Belgium. First place, France, with USA in fourth. But now USA VFS in the tunnel.
Yeah. All right, Team USA on the net. Once they're off, the clock starts. Here they go. Well, these guys got some serious experience. I know Dusty and Sam. Oh, they used to be part of Core.
They did.
And multi-world champions.
Yeah.
These guys are looking good. Looked like they had a glitch or two, as we call it. Definitely showing the one bust. Picking it back up, though. Looks like I can get a 20 here, maybe. 21. Did they get 22? Potentially, again, unofficial score, 22 with one potential bust. So USA having a really solid score.
Amazing to see top-class VFS. It's always stunning. It really, really is. We've had one round of the 8-way. Saw some great action from all the teams there, but the French and the Qataris and USA really bringing it one after another with a point up on each of them, Sonic. Well, we're going to be back with round 2 of the 8-way and the VFS after a short break. It's good stuff, eh?
Absolutely. Maybe, do we have some time? I can grab somebody out of the tunnel?
Yeah, we've got some time. If you just want to switch to the tunnels, have a look at what they're doing there, and we can grab down there, and Sonic can try and grab a quick chat as he makes his way over. Thank you very much for our indicative judge giving us the scoring there as it comes through. Not as easy with the VFS. And maybe Sonic can get a selection of the teams. You can get a few people from different ones. And let's go over to Sonic with Team Poland.
All right, man. Good to see you. Introduce yourself to everybody.
One more time.
Introduce yourself to everybody.
Hi, I'm Peter from Poland, Peter Navarro from Team Flight Pod Synopsis.
So round 1 jitters, are they done, they off? How'd you feel in that round?
You know how it is in the beginning of the competition, we are stressed a lot. We feel that, but we have a beautiful teams and cool vibe. Good that it's over now, and then now we are preparing to the second one. Exactly. We try to be more relaxed in every round.
Awesome. Congratulations on round 1. See you in round 2.
Dobrze. Peter, Spoko. We'll be back with the second round of 8-way and VFS in the next 30 minutes. We'll see you then.
just where to start. Well, I found something I was searching for. Yeah, I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door, and I found something, and now I want more. Searching for, I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door, and I found something, and now I want more. Ooh, yeah, I want more, and I want more.
Hi everybody, welcome back. Well, you've probably just been watching the live scoring of the 8-way for USA that was being done there. Hope you managed to see that. Me and Sonica here bringing you the afternoon session for the 5th FAI World Indoor Skydiving Championships. And a good story from round one so far.
Oh, man. Exciting in 8-way for sure. It looks like we have both France and the USA with a 38 and the Qatars 37 a point behind them. So as we knew it, it's going to be a super tight race in 8-way for the first FAI official 8-way World Championships.
I'm just going to flick over to the VFS scores, see what's coming in right now. Looks like we've got some scores there, 25. I'll be honest, I've not got my glasses on, so I can't see them.
We got 25 for Poland. We have 22 for USA. Netherlands in third, tied with Italy in third for 16. So, you know, like you're saying, the fight, the battle for just getting on the podium. So between Italy and Netherlands, it's going to be exciting. But hey, that's only in round one. We got 9 more rounds to go. Anything can happen. But we got 2 teams in the chamber. We have Brazil and Canada in the chamber. So we're going to go back to the action real quick.
Yeah, we are. It is 8-way to take us through into the start of the next session. Let's switch down to the tunnel. Let's see if we can get a peep of them in the corner there. You can see the Brazilians in the white suits. Jump in these white suits with the dark blue gloves, Sonic. We were just talking about that a little bit, but I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I like the white gloves with the dark suit. I think it's just an easier. You're giving the judges less opportunity to screw you over.
I highly agree.
But on the 8-way, it's different, of course.
A little bit different, and the lighting at XP is fantastic.
Yeah.
We have seen some tunnels in Europe where it's very dark below them, where I knew some teams were going to the white suits for that. But either way, Brazil here.
C2210, isn't it?
Yep, that's it. C2210. 22. They're hopping over a vertical move there where they hop over each other to 10. All right, they're looking pretty good. Ten seconds left at 14 points. Squeeze a few more points in here. Definitely looking at least like a clean round. Another vertical move right here for 22 to 10, and that was at a time. So right now it looks like for round 2, 18 for Brazil.
Nice one, guys. DJ Marvin is just saying it would have been great to see the Norwegians and Aussies in VFS. I believe the Aussies are missing in due part to the Aussie Nationals. Do we know why the Blue Pelican team from Norway are not here? I don't, actually. I'll try and find out, though.
All right. Team Canada entering the flight chamber, getting into the air, starting at that first single point. And again, once they release grips, the clock starts. Here we go. We can sort of see by just their simple jumps is that this is a little bit what we call a throw-together team to be able to compete at the world level here for Canada.
So the question there in the VFS with the Norwegians, the Blue Pelicans, why they're not here, actually they only compete outdoor. They don't do tunnels for the VFS at Norway.
Interesting.
That's your answer there, DJ Marvin. Thank you.
Very interesting.
Donna likes the white suits, she says.
All right. Canada had a little collision there. They're getting back into it. And again, you could see how tight the 8-way is in this 16-foot tunnel. A lot of people bouncing off the glass. Big vertical move here for 22. Going here to 10. Again, you can watch how tight it is. Will they get this last point in time? Will they get 15? Does it look maybe not. Missed that last grip. So potentially a 14. I'm not sure if there's any busts in there, though. So potentially a 14 for Team Canada.
Thanks, Canada, as they make their way out. Our viewing numbers, kind of good stable numbers all day long on the live chat. Air sports is a niche thing anyway, right? You know, tunnel flying is even more niche. The belly flying of the tunnel flying is even more and more and more niche. So we are a small community. Do us a favour, everybody. Hit your comments into this live chat. Stick some hearts on it. Even share it out to your social media. Let's get the more you can help to get this out there, the more then more people see it. The more sponsorship opportunities, the more people get interested in tunnel flying and jumping out of planes.
Absolutely.
So there they go, out of the airflow, Canadians and Brazilians, as we get ready to bring you China and France.
Yeah, this is Everybody high five. And this is the one thing. I love the community of skydivers. We all are just so happy to be competing and be together. It's never one of these things where one team hates another team. It's just full camaraderie from around the world, all the countries, just smiles and good times here. That's what we like to see, a great competitive atmosphere.
Yeah, we do indeed. And a good shot there from our remote camera from our good live stream partner here, Charles, with his...
the Stream Team.
The Stream Team.
The Stream Team.
Check them all out. Streamteam.sa, I do believe, is the... yeah, we might even chuck it on screen for you a little bit later when we're feeling a bit more brave. But yeah, thanks to all our sponsors. Thanks to XP, of course, for their tunnel and organisation with the drop zone. And, of course, Sunpath and Cookie Helmets. I wouldn't jump out of a plane without my Sunpath rig or my Cookie helmet. Here we go.
Absolutely.
China.
Here we go. Round 2. China into the chamber. Here we go. Clock starts. Nice vertical move for the 22. Coming to the 10. You see these? And I'm pretty sure the 8-way China team is all female. And they definitely are smaller. So they definitely have a little bit more room. No one's bouncing off the glass. So hopefully keeps the flying a little bit smoother. They're going through this pretty well. That vertical move on 22, coming to the 10. Oh, a little collision at the bottom screen there. That slowed that point down. Coming to the C. Here to the 22 again, that vertical move. Let's see if they have another collision. Having a little bit, not too bad. Oh, so it looks like a potential 18. A 19 busted down to an 18 for an unofficial score again. For China, round 2.
And China in 4th place after the first round with 24 points and a 24-point average, of course. But up in the top 3, Qatar with 37, France 38, USA 39 from round 1. Canada down on an 18 average. Not a bad 8-way average by anybody's imagination. France going in next.
All right. Super exciting to see what happens here. France in 1-point lead. All right, here we go. Oh, little collision. Oh, a little bit slow to that point. Vertical move on the 22. Here's the 10. They had a little problem last time. Another small collision. This is where that doesn't happen in the sky when we're skydiving.
Yeah.
But this tunnel, you're constricted to that 16 feet. A little vertical there on that round, that 10. And again, some of these blocks are slower than others. It's not radically high scores with these blocks. They're going to get, closing in on 25 maybe. If they close this last grip, get to that next point, they're going to get it. I'm not sure. So it looks potentially like a 25 for France. And I'm going to walk over to get Martial coming out of the tunnel.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, it was not quite as clean as what we've seen them before with this round 2 action from France. Still to come as well, we've got Qatar and USA, and these are your top 3 after the first round. There's a 2-point difference. Qatar on 37, France on 38, and USA on 39. So 2 points between that gold and that bronze position with the silver in between. So we're going to get Sonic over to the video wall and try and catch the team as they come out. They are... debriefing and briefing as they're coming in and out. But let's switch over to Sonic and see who he's got with him. He's searching for the team leaders as China make their way through.
All right, we got France coming out of the tunnel. They're all high-fiving each other. We're going to talk to one of the true legends in our sport from France, Martial. All right. Round 2, how'd you feel?
Release because it was a hard jump for us. We don't like the 10 in this tunnel. It's a bit tighter than our tunnel in France. So we were losing a little bit our confidence on this jump. So in the end, we don't have any dramatic stuff. I think we maybe have 1 point, 2 points behind what we could have done. We will see.
Awesome. Thank you for your time. Have a great round 3, France.
Thank you very much, France. Thank you, Sonic. Qatar setting themselves up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 taking their positions. Going to answer that 25 we just saw from France. Here we go.
All right, man, super exciting.
Great little debrief from Marcel as well there.
Yeah, it's
so eloquent in English.
You were right saying how France is a 17-footer. I mean, hey, even that extra foot, when they come to something a little bit smaller than what they're used to, it causes problems.
Yeah.
But Qatar, looking smooth so far.
Now they have a tunnel out in Doha, which is actually a police tunnel. They've opened it to the public a little bit for a few months, and now it's back to just being police use. But you know, I think they've got plans, maybe afoot, for some public tunnels to come in Qatar as well.
All right, going to the 10. Some of the teams having problem with some collisions. These guys are handling it pretty well. See if they can squeeze in point 26. Did they get it? I'm not sure, but right now, unofficial score 25 for round 2.
And that's equaling what we saw from the French. So if that stands, that's going to keep that second and third place as it is, of course. You know, we're just predicting what's going on. And we're giving you an easier option to predict what's happening as well with the indicative scoring by our team of judges joining us in the studio. USA now, USA 8 with their response.
Here we go. Round 2. They're up by 1 point after round 1. Whew. See, this is a little home field advantage, you have to say.
Yeah, for sure.
They've done these blocks, I don't know how many times. No collisions on that 10. C, 22 vertical move, clean, 10. You could see, you can't see from the top, but if you were level, you could see they're vertically separating to be able to do these 360s that you see right now. Some are above, some are below.
It's incredible.
So that's why there's no collisions.
Yeah.
Man, these guys are moving fast. Oh, lots of time left.
There goes the 25.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got another 5 seconds, so it's going to be potential 30 points here, maybe 31, Sonic.
They're going to get it. They're going to get it. Ooh, 30. 30 in time. I almost thought that 31 was in time, but unofficially, 30 points for round 2 USA.
Well, this is really going to put their first place into unknown territory right now.
Yeah, USA, you know what they just said? I'm used to hearing Kirk say they put their foot on the pedal and they laid it down, man.
Yeah.
They were saying, let's move.
Yeah, the 8-way at your home tunnel, with it being a tight tunnel anyway for 8-way, it really does show the advantage here now for this team, this local team from Paraclete. Awesome. And some great names from there as well. Let's just have a look at the tunnel as we set up for the next ones to come out as Qatar and USA lead the tunnel. Let's see if we can get a word with Qatar. I don't want to get any Qatar people maybe for a quick chat. I don't know if it's possible. Next time maybe.
All right. Round two just finished. Team USA coming out. I got to talk to my old buddies here. Kirk Werner. How you doing, pal? Round
I'm doing
2.
Good.
I tell you what, you guys, I just said, I've heard you say in the past, you sort of went out there and went, let's step on the gas and let's move.
Yep, yeah. Our first jump was a little bit rough, but this jump felt right on our pace. So, yeah, it was good, man. We're tearing it up in there.
You know, just watching some of the technique of the vertical separation on that 10, where some of their teams more colliding, you guys smoked that.
Yeah. We were working that. We've been doing them on level, but we just switched about 2 weeks ago to put a little bit of levels in there. So,
great round 2, USA. Good job, brother.
Thank you, Kirk. Thank you, Sonic. We're going to switch it up now to VFS as we bring the next team in. We're going to start with Netherlands, of course. Netherlands, Poland, Italy, and USA. Preparing now for the high speed, the vertical formation skydiving. It is round 2, VFS.
All right. I love Kirk Werner, by the way.
Oh, he's such a great gentleman, honest and genuine human being.
All right, Netherlands, VFS.
Sorry, Sonic, go on.
That's okay. I would say first round they had a 16. Them and Italy tied, so this is a battle for third place, I'm going to want to say.
Yes.
So this is where the excitement is for these couple teams, both Netherlands and then Italy. All right. Seem like they're having a pretty smooth flow so far. And looks like a 22 for round 2 for Team Netherlands.
Good job. Great way to start us off. The judges are using a bottom camera with an absolutely beautiful view as well. If you get an opportunity to have a look at the online scoring with the bottom camera, it is one of the best VFS shots I've seen. And we've got this top shot and the side shot for you, but we're keeping it with a top shot just to help our judge in the studio to give us the indicative score. Here we go. It is Poland. Jak se máš?
Yeah, round one. They had a great round one at 25 points. These guys are trained. Look at this. Wow. Some speed with these guys, both in those rotations and their transitions from head up to head down. You can see how they snap that so fast. Keeping it tight, keeping it clean too. Man, fourth page here, these guys are really flying through this round. Looking fantastic. 31. Yeah, wow. Our first 30 of the VFS. I'm sure we'll see more later in this competition, but an excellent round from Poland.
They are a great team. You interviewed Peter a little bit earlier. I worked with him. I organised with him at the Christmas Boogie in Seville. He's just a machine. He's a load organising at Boogies. He's doing camps. He's coaching. He's flying. He's competing. He's just full on. Italy now, VFS.
All right, let's see how they do. All right. Those turns looking good. A little over rotation. Yeah. Those transitions, head up, head down, looking solid. But Poland, they were snapping those really fast. Good rotations.
Yeah, they're going into this second round with a 3-point advantage.
Right.
Finishing off with, we think, a 23 there.
Yeah, so, unofficially, maybe 1 point better than Netherlands, who they're neck and neck with. But Team USA coming into the chamber.
Now, to pull it back, they want to get, well, it looks like they're trailing by 3 points after the first round. We've got a 23 now as a target. So let's see if they can pull out a 25 or a 26. Here we go.
Also looks like a little different engineering on some of these. And again, engineering is how they decide on which way they're going to turn from the 1 point of the block to the second point of the block. Sometimes they can make a shortcut. They can save tenths of seconds that add up to a second that gives you that extra point that could mean the difference between gold or silver. Yeah, these guys are flowing through it really good. Poland had a 31-29, so right now it looks like a 29 for USA. Really solid round for them. Awesome.
So that could pull them past Poland from round one. That could help them to get up into first place for us in the VFS Championships. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. DJ Marvin was asking why the Norwegians are not here. Well, they only compete outdoors, so we'll be seeing them at the summertime at Skydiving Turk. But right now it's with the indoor teams. A good wave from our spotter at the door as the air pressure changes and allows these teams to exit through the door before we go into the break to bring you round 3. We're just going to go down to the video wall, and Sonic is going to bring us a chat with Team USA.
Yep.
Here we go.
All right. What's up, Ray? Sonic here with Team USA. Chip, how you doing, pal?
Doing good.
First, let me say I love the mustache.
Thank you.
So round 2, how'd that feel?
Good, yeah. Round 2 was interesting. There was 2 engineerings you could do, so we opted for a different one, and hopefully it paid off.
That's one of the points I was commenting on as far as how they decide to go from one point to the next, where they're trying to get that little extra advantage. What really adds to that decision of what you're doing?
I think it's just your confidence in which one you're doing. So we felt more comfortable with that 10, and it looked like the other teams might have done the other one.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Great round 2, man. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, we're back with the third round of 8-way and VFS in about 30 minutes' time. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. We're going into the next session, round 3 for the 8-way and VFS, and we've seen some great action, and we've got some great scores already through, Sonic.
Absolutely. Looking at the 8-way. Let's look at the 8-way right now. In first place currently, Team USA with 69 points. Oh, we got VFS up first. With Poland in first place. They have a total of 57 points. USA in second with 51. And Italy in third with 39.
And it's just rotating through on the in-time scoring. By the way, you can check out this at yourself as well, intimescoring.com for all the scores. You can see where we finished off in the 4-way there with France, Belgium and Czech up at the top. France out in the lead with a 1-3-1 against Belgium's 1-2-4, 1-1-9 for the Czech Republic. And that should now just flip over to the 8-way. And there it is, Qatar, France and USA, 3-2-1.
Yeah, USA 5 points ahead of France, who is 5 points ahead of Qatar.
Interesting, that 5-point split between each medal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a
lot, isn't
it? That's tough to catch up.
Yeah,
I think it's but anything can happen. Again, we've all seen teams have what we call a meltdown, where things go to poop and they have lose 4 or 5 points. You never know what happens.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. Again, there's 8 rounds left. So we currently have Team Brazil and Team Canada stepping into the chamber to get ready for round 3.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. It's great to have you here, especially with your chats coming through on the live chat on YouTube. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know where you are, or any little gossip you've got about any of these team members, or any questions about the competition. If you're new to indoor flying, jot it all down. We're going to go down to the tunnel floor with Team Brazil and round 3 and your commentary from the Sonic.
Yes, the fans are kicked on, getting up to speed. And earlier, yesterday, they did what they call speed checks to know what speed they like their AirX. They're not all the same. They pick their own airspeed. All right, here we go. Brazil, round 3. P, Q, 2 and then 18.
The big lads, Sonic, as well, this Brazilian team.
That was the thought going through my head.
Yeah.
And that really makes a difference.
But,
yeah. Coming here to the 18 again, second page. Looking clean so far to the top, which we call 5, and then P, Q. And again, to see how many more times, less than 10 seconds, 17 points right now. Again, looking like a clean score. I haven't seen any hiccups, any collisions, and looks like a 21 for Brazil in round 3 of 8-way.
But just going back again in time, Sonic, 5th place on an 8-way championships with a 19 average. I mean, it was unheard of, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I mean, I want to say outdoor averages 20-something years ago in the low 20s, and I think the Hayabusa has it with a 28-something. So,
no, but with an 8-way, I mean.
Yeah, in 8-way, yes.
Yeah, 19 average in 5th place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Here we go. Canada now.
Yes.
Canada in the airflow. We have their F5PQ18. A mixed bag of suits here from this team, Sonic.
That's okay. It's the flying that counts.
Yeah.
Looking good as second.
And a lot of these flyers are fresh from the Canadian Nationals. I Fly Whitby in Toronto last weekend.
Yep.
I've jumped with quite a few of these people. We used to do a few little events up in Canada.
Right, to the 18, back to the 5. To the P. Q, yep. Nope, a little collision. Currently, maybe they're going to get that 14 in time. That might have been it. Yep, so 16 with potential 2 busts to a 14 for round 3 for Canada.
Yeah. And Jen in the blue suit. We used to have a regular little Wednesday night 4-way club with about 20 of us in a little stable. We used to come along on a Wednesday night and do our 4-way at the tunnel there. But Sonic's going to hip out. He's going to grab some of the Canadians, and let's have a chat with our Canadian 8-way team as they finish their round 3 on a 16 average with a 18 points on round 1, 14 points on round 2. With the tunnel, we can get 2 8-way teams in there before we need to open the doors to get them out. But here they come now, over to Sonic and the Canadian 8-way.
All right, Team Canada coming out of the chamber. Stepping in here with Travis from Team Canada. So tell us how you felt on that last round.
The first page was a little rough. Our first 5, some levels, it closed a little rough. That kind of flowed into the P build. The Q wasn't great, but I think the 18 started to get good. The second page really found a rhythm. The next 5 was much better. That was smooth. Into the P, Q, 18 build 5, and then I think we had a little bit of roughness on the next P, next Q, and then kind of...
But you brought it together at the end.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Awesome.
We're happy with that. It was a tough round.
Awesome. Thank you, Travis from Canada.
Thank you,
Going back to
Sonic.
the studio.
Thank you, Sonic. Thank you, Travis. We are resetting now. We're going to bring our next 2 teams of the 8-way into the tunnel, China and France. And China on a 42 average brought 18 points on the previous round, matching Brazil. And France, 26 points on round 2. Here we go, leading the way into the tunnel for round 3. It is Team China.
Yeah, all right, into the chamber. Grips in, clock starts. 5, P formation, Q formation random to the 18, which is the block. They got a lot of room in this tunnel, huh?
Yeah.
Looking good. A little collision in the middle, but they had a way to be a little more stable to go to the next point. It's, you know, when you're down on level and you're looking from outside, sitting 3 feet away from them, and you're watching their eyes and their contact. You can't see it from here, but the contact with the eyes to look across to your counterpart, to know that the grips are there, to then key it. This is not easy, people.
No, it looks really big as well from the tail to the point, looking through that formation. It's a long way off sometimes.
Yes. So 19, looks like a 19 for China, 8-way, round 3.
Thank you very much, China. Thank you very much to our team of judges as well joining us in the studio to give us that indicative scoring. China there with their 19. We're going to be bringing France in next, and what a score they brought us on the previous round. 38 points on round 1, 26 points on round 2, giving them right now a 32 average, but that's not enough to be at the top of the pack after 2 rounds, with USA up there with a 34.5 average. But here we go, round 3 and France.
All right, action here. 5, P, Q to the 18. Let's see how smooth this is. Very nice. Good keys. Or flashes, as we say. And you see the hands sort of quickly move out. That's what they call a key or a flash, saying, hey, next point. And you can see when they do it and it's synchronized, you know that they're all on the same page and they're working as a team. Looking real good right now. 15 seconds left, 19, so...
There goes the 19 from China.
Oh, I'm not sure if they had that one grip. Oh, a little miscommunication at the bottom there.
Well, there is one penalty on the screen now.
Yeah, so, all right. France looking really good in round 3. It's 27 potentially busted down to a 26. Again, unofficial score, but 26 for Team France.
Thank you, France. Thank you, Sonic. Great action here at Paraclete. Not many tunnels can pull off an 8-way competition. We're very fortunate that the crew here at XP decided to put the bid in and bring us the opportunity to bring this championships to the world. We have got a split in the World Championships this year. We've got the traditional belly flying for an 8-way VFS and normal here, but then over in Europe, in Belgium, we've got the dynamics and the artistics, and that starts on the 23rd of April, and they'll be doing a live stream for the final day of that, so make sure you tune in and see all the action. But in the meantime, we go back to the tunnel as we switch up our 2 teams and bring in Qatar and USA to see what they can do. We've got a target now on that round 2 of 26 from France.
Yeah. Like Regan was saying, the artistic stuff that's in April or later in April, watch that. If you're watching this, man, to see some of that artistic stuff, it's more of a ballet, figure skating, gymnastics. It's all those combined in the tunnel, and to see what some of these athletes do is absolutely incredible.
And sometimes in the dynamic, it's like sumo wrestling, depending on the quality of what we got. But Qatar now start making their way into the tunnel. The time doesn't start on the first entrance like you get with the four-way. All in, they pick up the first grips, and on that first key, that's when the timer starts. As you'll see, there it goes. Whoa, they're starting off to a flying start, Sonic.
Yeah.
Fahed Ahmed said, "Let's go Qatar."
Yes, watching these guys fly, it's we've used the term, it's quiet. What we mean by that is there's not a lot of shaky movement, not a lot of this. They're slow, they're smooth, which means they're fast.
Yeah.
Really trained well. These guys are having a great round so far, it seems. Really good on that 18. Coming to that 5. Yep. P, Q. These guys are going to have a really good score. Will they beat...
I think so, yeah. France had a 26, so they should be a couple of points over that.
Definitely. How many are going to get 27 in time? They did. 28. They got 28 in time. Wow. Really good round for Qatar.
So that's going to help. If that stays, Sonic, that's going to help them because they were 5 points shy. So they're going to need those couple of points pulled back. It's all to play for. It's only the third round, but it is a long game, of course. But 5 points between 1, 2, and 3. Well, 5 points between 1 and 2, then another 5 points between 2 and 3. It's USA. Here we go.
All right. We got the USA helmets looking really sharp. Kirk with the head nod. Keys it right to going it. P, Q to the 18. Let's watch their technique, man. Whew. They are fast. They are smooth. These guys, they've been top of the world for years. These guys. I would even think cumulative skydives of all the people on this team has got to be well over 100,000 skydives. I mean, Kirk got 20-something. Drew's got oh, my God, the amount of skydives they have is insane. But they are smoking through this skydive.
28 is their target with 10 seconds left. Easy. Into the 30s now. Into the 30s.
Yep. Oh, might have been a little misgrip there. Are they going to get 30? They got that 31 in time. I think I saw a misgrip. But again, I'm not a judge. Judges potentially think it's no bust, but a great score of 31 for Team USA. I'm going to go over and talk to Qatarian Abdullah, so I'm going to meet him outside the tunnel.
Thanks, Sonic. Okay, we're going to mix it up now, bring out the 8-way teams and get our VFS teams in there as Sonic waits for Abdullah from Qatar to make his way out. Just going to switch over the scores to the VFS, tell you how it stands. Currently third place, Netherlands, 37 points. Italy, second place, 39, out in the lead. USA, VFS, 51 points. And as we can see, the team's coming out now, down to the interview wall. We're just going to, there we go, here we go with Sonic.
We got Team Qatar coming out of the tunnel. I'm here with Abdullah. Round 3 finish. How'd you guys feel on that last round?
Yeah, that was very good round for us. Round 2, a little bit, we're stuck. We have 4 busts. And we still have 7 rounds. We try to close the gap between Qatar and France. And also, this competition is for us different because we have only 4 hours training before this competition. Because we have, we stopped for the Army course, 3 months. A little bit, this was hard. Yeah.
Well, I tell you, looking from the outside, you guys are doing fantastic. Have a great round for it. Thank you, Abdullah.
Shukran Habibi, Shukran Abdullah. We are going to go right now into the VFS round 3 and let you know what's happening there. At the top, USA 51, Italy 39, Netherlands 37, and we're waiting for the wind speed. Here it comes as Netherlands make their way into the airflow.
I don't know if the people at home can hear it, but the formation skydiving, belly flying, are flying from 60s to low 70s at most, but usually in the mid-high 60s. These teams are flying at 94% speed. So the speeds are incredibly faster. When you're vertical, you're just going faster. All right, Netherlands here.
Els says round 3, go team Seagulls from the Netherlands. They are right for you now, the disgruntled Seagulls.
All right, 15 looks like a 15, 16 potentially busted down to a 15 for round 3, Team Netherlands. All right, coming into the chamber next, we got the team that's in first place, currently with a total of 57 points, 6 points over Team USA, currently in second. So Team Poland getting ready to go.
Yeah, Poland, sharp, strong, trained. Here we are. Seeing what they can bring for us.
Man, these transitions are just so blazing fast. Oop, little collision, little off axis there. 8 seconds left. Looking solid with this score so far. Again, Netherlands had 15. These guys are coming out here. They've been in first place 24, 25. 25 busted down to a 24 for round 3 for first place team right now, Poland.
All right then, good stuff. 24 finishing off for them. Italy going to be next, and Italy doing well, holding on to that second place in the event with a 19.5 average. Here we go.
All right, off the net. Clock starts, 35 seconds. All right, looking okay here. Seems to be a little miscommunication that last grip. Currently at 12, got 10 seconds left. How many points are they going to squeeze out here?
24 is the target. Poland did a good job there on that one.
Yep. All right. So it looks like a potential 16 for round 3 for Team Italy.
Big difference in what we saw from Poland.
Yeah. Listen, Poland is they are definitely a little notch above right now.
Yeah. And they've got that consistency and continuity. USA now into the airflow.
Nice. All right. Clock goes. Fast start. Yep. Not sure about that grip. There you go. Good transitions. Really whipping those turns around. Quick transitions there. Quick transitions back. This is the most difficult flying I think there is, this VFS. These guys are just fantastic.
Yeah.
24 in time. Maybe they got that last one. No. 24 in time, but I don't know if it was a clean round. It's currently, again, unofficial score, 24 with 0 busts. I think I saw a little bit of a glitch.
And there go USA out of the airflow, but looking strong with Poland. Spoko Mordo to my Polish friends, and their flight in round 3 of the VFS. Sosijia as they go for the medals. How are you all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Keep your chats coming in. We love getting your messages. Team USA on fire, says PJ. Kasper Zielinski says Polska Golmy. Tak, tak. And Hans Van de Vilst, go Seagulls, proud.
All right. Coming out of the chamber, here we go. Team USA, Team Netherlands. I'm going to have one of the members from the Netherlands. All right, man. Introduce yourself to everybody.
My name is Rick, and I'm part of Team Disgruntled Seagulls.
Yes, Regan has definitely been mentioning that. So, round 3, how'd you feel?
Ooh, this is quite a technical round, a lot of head up, and it's one you need to take care of to actually get some points. Overall, there was a few glitches here and there, but I felt like we performed to the level we're actually at the moment. So,
you having fun?
We're having a lot of fun. Yes, this is amazing. Yeah,
most important part of it. Yes. Great job.
Thank you so much.
All right, take it easy.
Thanks very much, guys. Thanks, Sonic. We'll be back with the next round in about 30 minutes. We'll see you then.
fame. And I wonder what life will bring. And you got a hold of my heart. Hey, I'll fly where the skies are blue. I'll try, yeah, try to find all that's true. And you know just where to start. Well, I found something I was searching for. Yeah, I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door. And I found something, and now I want more. Time will be on our side. We'll climb, yeah, climb to a soaring high. And you can take my hand. Well, I found something I was searching for. I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door. And I found something, and now I want more. Ooh, yeah, I want more. And I want more. 'Cause I want more, yeah. I found something I was searching for. I found something I was searching for. Life was waiting just beyond the door. And I found something, and now I want
That's it. This is how we do it.
everybody, welcome back. Just around 3:20 in the afternoon here at Paraclete. It's the home of a lot of the top teams here right now, especially the USA team, as we continue with the 8-way. We are bringing you all the action over 3 days for the 5th FAI World Indoor Skydiving Championships. And Sonic, you've got a few ideas on the scores for us. What's been developing?
Yeah, right now looking at the scoreboard that I'm looking at for 8-way, we have USA in first place at 100 points after round 3.
Yeah.
10 points behind. In second place is France. And then another 5 points behind France is Qatar with 85 points.
Yeah.
So, listen, 3 rounds, 7 more rounds, anything can happen.
You can see there on that third round, France and Qatar both pulled in that 26 points, still maintaining from the first round to the second round that 5-point gap. And Qatar now will really be doing everything they can to hold on to this lead to bring at least the bronze medal. They're well clear of China on 61 points. You know, they want to try and fight for that silver, as high as they can get.
Absolutely.
This is our final session for today. Then we'll be going into the overnight break. Thank you for everybody that's joined us online. We do appreciate all your comments. Give us one final push on your social media. Get us shared out. Let's get everybody watching this final round for today. We've had 4 rounds of 4-way, open, and VFS. It's 8-way action, taking us off with Sonic and Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil and Canada getting into the anti-chamber, waiting for the doors to close.
Let's switch down to the tunnel and watch them as they prepare and walk their way in. It's not like in 4-way, Sonic, where we're launching from the door.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, that'd be fun to watch to see if an 8-way could launch something from that little door.
What's the largest you've launched from an aircraft from a twin otter? I've done 16-way launches.
Yeah, maybe 12 ways.
Yeah.
I've shot 16-way. I have a USPA silver medal in 16-way, but I was the video guy. I
can feel that vibe from you. I knew there was something going on there with the 16-way.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Brazil into the chamber, currently in 5th place with 20 and 18 and another 20 and a 19.3 average with 1 MJO. Here we go.
All right, grips and break it, and the clock starts. Here we go. 50 seconds. First, block 1. To a couple randoms here. M, J, O. That's a tight one right there. That O is tight.
Yeah.
Back to the top. Second page here. This is where some teams on this last random, this O, where bigger teams are going to have a super squeeze for that. But these guys are going solid. Looks like they potentially had one bust. Looking like a clean skydive otherwise.
This is a nice jump for the boogie with your mates, isn't it?
Yeah. Easy.
All in facing, more or less, apart from
All right, so round 4 for Brazil. Looks like they got a 23 busted down to a 22. Again, unofficial score, what you're seeing on the screen. Getting out chamber.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, Brazil. Thanks, Sonic. So Canada will be coming in next. Canada down on a 15-point average with an 18, a 14, and a 13. Total of 45 points as Canada make their way in.
All right.
For their round 4.
Oh, Canada. All right, here they go. Look around, shake, head nod to the first point. Block 1. Yep. To that O, everybody facing the same way. To the J. To this O. Let's see how they squeeze it in. They're barely getting in there. A little collision and slow and smooth. You know, on each formation, there's usually the 1 or 2 people in the middle that need to look, make sure everybody's in, key it. And you can see these guys looking at each other. When you watch some of the top teams like USA, you'll watch some of the 2 guys, usually Drew Starr and Kirk Werner in that center slots where they have 90% of the keys, where you're seeing them snapping the head, looking at each other, eye contact and a key. So later on when we see them, look for that, and you can see how these guys are communicating.
I remember when I was first learning 8-way, and the 2 rules were let the 4-way in the middle build. Second rule, don't touch the four-way in the second until it's built. I mean, it's a completely new world, isn't it? It's nothing like that anymore. Wow.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go out and try and meet Yoka
from Brazil. Yeah. So we're going to reset now. We're going to get these two teams out, and we'll bring the next two in, China and France, into the airflow. And the top three as it stands after 3 rounds: Qatar on 85 points, France on 90 points, USA 100 points with a 33.3 recurring average. And out come the teams now. We're going to switch down to Sonic, who's going to catch one of the Brazilian members. Here he is.
Team Canada coming out, all the high fives. Team Brazil, great round. I'm going to be waiting to talk to Yoka. All right, Team Brazil.
Right.
Yoka.
Joka, J-O-C-A, yeah.
Joka. So, Joka, round 4, talk to us. How was it?
It's amazing. It's amazing competition. We are down here to compete with ourselves. We have long plan for 2020 outdoor. The idea is to be together these 3 years, and we stay here in the nationals with the 16 point average. And now our idea is to be around 20. I think that we are very, very close.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for taking the time. Back to the studio.
All right,
yeah, they are close to that 20 average, 19.3 after the third round. As we bring the next team into the airflow, it's Team China, the female 8-way team, round 4, 1MJO. Over to you, Sonic.
Nice, that 1 to the M. Let's see how this lasts. That's the J. Let's see how much room they have on this. On the O here, they have plenty of room. You know, size definitely makes a difference. And they're moving really smooth here, Team China.
Yeah, it's good to see them. Here, we were trying to see if we could get one of them for an interview, but I don't think any of the team have really got the English for it.
No, they do not. We maybe we can bring Fawn in. He's one of the China representatives that maybe do some translation later on.
Great canopy pilot. He lived in the States for quite a few years, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. He was down in Sebastian, he was saying, for a little while.
Yeah.
But Team China, let's go back. Man, they're having a great dive here.
Yep.
Maybe one little hiccup of a bust there. But other than that, been looking pretty smooth. It's going to finish with a 23. Yes, potentially 23. Again, the unofficial score for Team China in round 4.
Thank you, China. Xie China. Bo Ka Chi. Bo Ka Chi, China.
Yeah, Bo Ka Chi. Regan, the man of around the world, you've learned so many languages for these events, man, and you do such an incredible job.
There's a little trick to what I do. I make a little voice note. So I'll say, tell me a phrase, and I'll record it, and then I can listen and practice,
I'm learning from the master.
Oh, I should have told you, should I? Right. France making their way in. 90 points, a 38, a 26, and a 26. What they got here for us now, Sonic?
Yeah, we can already see them starting off a little bit quicker, some of the other teams. Fitting that O really good, smooth. This 1 to the M, to the maybe a little bust in the back there, to the O. Good flashes. Looks like good communication, synchronization. They're starting to pick up the pace a little bit for sure.
Yeah, they're hungry for this, eh? No.
Up. Little miscommunication, yeah, a little brain lock maybe. Okay, back at it. Still plenty of time. That's the beauty about 8-way. It's 50 seconds, not the 35 sprint that 4-way is. This is a little bit more of a dance. Looking like they have maybe a 35 when they finish this up.
Looks
to the
like
O,
it.
did they get that
Get
35 in
6.
time?
35.
Wow, great score for France.
One a
Moving
second.
Really fast.
1 a second, Sonic. Oh, well, no, it's 50 seconds, isn't it? It's not forward. But yeah, we're bringing you this. We have a judge from the team of judges who joins us in the studio with their own monitor and their own scoring system. So this is not the actual score that we see at the end of the day, but this is what we think it is live, and then we will be giving you the official score, which you can check yourself as well on intimescoring.com. But it's a great asset to the show to have this score live.
You know what? We've given a shout out to this person right here. Let's give a shout out to the judges that have been sitting in a room since 9 o'clock this morning, staring at a screen, judging these jumps. Let me tell you, we've all been to national events, world events, where they're stuck in this room and they're just scoring. So it can't be done without the judges. So we really got to give a shout out to them for the effort that they put in on these really long days of staring at a screen and scoring. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, judges. China, Bokachi as China come past the studio.
I love it. Smiles.
I have to trust them. They tell me what a phrase to say, and I kind of didn't check it. I've fallen for that trick in the past before.
Wait, time out. I thought you said you did that trick on somebody in the past.
Yeah, that's a good story, eh?
That's a great story.
So, we've got another little angle for you here. Let's just have a look. We've got our roving producer. He's not only producing the show, he's even did a bit of camera work as well here for us now, just giving us a steady shot there of our judge. We can maybe just switch back to that. Oh, no, we can't now. We'll come back to it later. We just missed on that. But that was showing our judge in the studio who's working on it. Right, Qatar currently third place, 85 points, 28.3 average, 37, 22, 26. Sonic.
They're going to have some great jumps here with this random to maybe pick up some points on France. And they're moving fast already. They fit good on that O. Back to the top of the 1. MJ. Oh. Looking clean right now. They had a bad round, I think, round 2, a couple busts, but right now they're looking smooth. Maybe one there. Snapping those turns in the center. I know these guys are working really hard out there, creeping for a while to prep for this jump. 25, 10 seconds left. Can they get a couple more points and catch up to France a little bit more? I'm not sure. Going to finish this off with a 34, 35. Did they get that last one in time? Nah, just potentially a 34. Again, the unofficial score, but 34 for Team Qatar. Actually, a really good round for them.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Well done, Qatar. As they were saying, they've they had to go on a military exercise. They've not had a lot of training for this 8-way.
Yeah, that's what Abdullah was telling us earlier. And again, 4-way, you only got 4 people. 8-way, man, so many more people to get on the same page to get that team feel together. So it takes time. All right, Team USA.
Here we go, USA, round 4, 1MJO.
You know, they're pretty big for teams, but they fit that O in there because, again, home field advantage. They've done it in this tunnel. The amount of hours. Look how smooth. Look at the flow. Again, talking about flow from one point to the next point.
Yeah.
Like seamlessly just flowing through it. Looking at Kirk and Drew in the centers, watching their heads snap, look at each other, flash, move. Man, I tell you, sometimes some athletes have styles. Kirk Verner's got one of those styles when he flies that. Man, I love him. He is, look at him. I don't want to tell people how old he is, 57, 58 or something like that. But, man, what an incredible, I love watching him. He is so great. Attaboy, Kirk. Wow, 41.
Nice.
Woo!
Well done indeed.
41, Team USA, and it looks like a possible clean score, too. Incredible.
And a great round of applause from everybody watching.
I'm going to go meet Andrew.
As we switch it out and bring you into the VFS. And I just want to talk a little bit about Team Netherlands VFS with their team. They're flying their alternate Seeger whilst Pepjian is recovering from an injury. I mean, they're missing Pepjian, but Seeger is doing really well. He's not flown in the VFS until joining a few months ago, and they've done 6 hours training with him. So we're going to speak to Sonic over on the interview wall. Just trying to grab.
All right, Team USA coming out. Let's get in the view of the camera here where the camera can see us. I'm here with Andrew Happick from Team USA, better known as Andy Pants. Andy Pants. Andy Pants, let me ask you. It's good. So Team USA with the first 41, first score over 40, it looked like unofficially. How'd you guys feel?
Pretty good. I feel like maybe the first page to get us really together, and then it started rolling. It's really nice.
Yeah, absolutely fast. Andy Pants, I love it, man. Great job. Team USA. All right.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, so we've got Sega, who's joined the team only a few months ago. They've only done 6 hours of training with him. So the main goal here is to have fun and to try and improve their average. They are called the Disgruntled Seagulls, and their seagull name who's here with them at the tunnel, is called Disgruntled Daisy. It is Netherlands VFS. Thank you, Becky Stevens, for all that great info. But they are bringing their final flight of today before we go into the overnight break. VFS, round 4.
All right, Netherlands, here we go. Standing on the net, shaking, and boom, clock starts, 35 seconds. Here we go. Even with VFS, when there are a block and then 3 randoms, it's usually a higher scoring round.
Yeah.
Again, randoms being a 1-point formation and a block being a 2-point formation with an enter. So we're going to see that block coming up. That's the block 1 to the M, J, O, back to the top of the page with the block 1. Boom. All right, so Team Netherlands with a 14 maybe, a 17, busted down to 3. Again, unofficial score, so 13 for Team Netherlands.
Thank you very much, guys. On a 17.7 average as it stands as we went into this round. But now out in front by 11 points, Poland with a 25-32 and a 27.3 average. VFS and Poland.
All right. Boom, off the net. Oh, man, that block 1. You see how fast that moved?
Yeah.
Again, this is, the top team in the world currently, snapping that block 1. And you can see these randoms maybe a little glitch there, a little misgrip, but you can see how much faster these guys are moving. Wow. And again, this view, you can't see those transitions from head up to head down, how fast they're snapping them. Absolute lightning speed. That block 1 is one of the fastest block 1s that I've seen. Wow. Absolutely incredible. 26 they're going to finish up with, maybe 26? Yeah. So a 28 busting down 2 points, so a 26 for Team Poland, who's in first place by far.
Yeah, Spoko, Poland, Zajebista, really good there. Poland VFS giving us a good demonstration of excellent 26 points. Next up, we have Team Italy with their final round of the day. Straight into the airflow, into the center, taking those grips. Time on the clock starts right now. Here we go. Boom.
There you go. Italy, nice on that first block. See how they do these randoms. Quick on those randoms. Back to the top, block 1. Nice spin. Through the random, maybe a little misgrip there. Again, it's judges, how they're so laser focused. They know what to look at. They know where the grip needs to be on the arm, on the leg. Let me tell you, these judges that have been sitting there all day long, we got to give them a lot of credit, because this is, especially the VFS, it's definitely a little bit harder to judge.
Yeah.
Because you can see these guys flying now with a potential 20 for round 4. And I'm going to talk to one of them once this set of teams are done. But Italy with the potential 20.
Thank you very much, Italy. Appreciate it. USA still to come. USA second place after the 3 rounds with a 71 points, 23.7 average, a 22, 29, and a 20.
All right, here they go with the shake and off the net. Clock starts.
Nice.
Ooh, round that block 1. I mean, block. Ugh. Lightning fast. They're through these randoms really quick. You know, a lot of these guys are like full-time tunnel instructors. When I say they live in the tunnel, they go to a tunnel and they fly in a tunnel teaching and coaching and taking beginners. And these guys, a couple of them are the full-time tunnel guys, like Dusty, who's been doing this a real long time. Multiple world championships for him. In 24, they got that in time. So, yeah, really good round for Team USA, 24.
Good job, guys. Excellent work to team the round 4 to an end there. Let's have a look at some of the messages. Els Versturanten says the Polish team is amazing. Zuzia says Podrensta, fly spot synopsis. Rono de List, Gold Seagulls. Donna says size always matters, Yama. That's true. Farid Amar says hello to Qatar. Outstanding job with the live stream, guys, says send it, Kev. What time do we start on Saturday, says one of our people there. Just gone off the screen. Let's see what time we start on a Saturday. 9 a.m. each morning. We're bringing the action to you. That was from Air Die. So thank you very much for all your messages. We've got one more interview with the
All
Italians. That's what we're going to bring you over to Sonic.
All right, Team USA, Team Netherlands, Team Poland coming out. We got Team Italy in the back. Going to have these guys come over. All right. How are you? Is everybody, the whole team's coming over? I love it. We got time because it's the end of the session. So introduce yourselves. Camera's over here.
I'm Stefano.
Federico.
Alessandro.
Marco.
Awesome. So tell me, guys, this last round, how'd you feel?
Right feelings. We had a difficult start from this morning, but we are making more confidence round by round, and we are quite happy now. We are having a really good competition with the Dutch guys, and this is awesome. This is the real feelings of competition.
Yeah, this is we were saying sometimes the upper teams they pull away, but then you're fighting for that podium. This is what you guys are doing. Anything else you guys want to say?
Good luck to everyone.
Let's hope to see this competition again like now.
Awesome. Thank you for the time. Team Italy, VFS.
Yeah, guys, well, from Sonic, for me, and for the Italianos, that's a wrap for today. Ciao, my friends.
Ciao, Bal.
We'll see you back here tomorrow morning live, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Just before 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent.